This is 629. And I'm moving this up 1 minute.
You might want to have something in there.
That's what typical. Yeah. Okay, it's 6:30, and I'll turn to Councillor Hanna to call this meeting to order.
Thank you, Mayor Francis. Moved by Hannah, second by McConkey, that the regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Springwater of April the 20th, 2016 come to order at 6:30 p.m.
All those in favor? Carried. I'd ask you to stand if you're able while we sing the national anthem and pause for a moment of private reflection or prayer. And since our Councillor Austin's not here this evening, we will listen and follow a video instead.
What sound are up to? The sound of
In all our sons command, with gloating hearts receive thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Please remain standing for private reflection or private prayer. Please be seated. I'll turn to council and see if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest in any matter on the agenda this evening. Okay, seeing none, I am going to change the order a little bit here because we do invite our MPP and our MP to come and visit us twice a year, and tonight is the pleasure of having Jim Wilson, MPP, for our riding here. So I've invited Jim to come and maybe update us with what's happening in the province, and I'm not sure if he got my last email because I don't see a check in his hand, but I still invite him to come forward and address council anyways. Please come forward, Jim. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and members of council, and ladies and gentlemen, and staff. It is an honor to be summoned. It's an old tradition, actually, Your Worship. The upper levels of government are summoned before municipal council. Can I just first say that I don't envy your job as municipal councillors. I mean, I get to be at Queen's Park at least 4 days a week, and while it can be boring sitting around for 8 hours listening to debates, and particularly my own debates, the fact of the matter is you're home every day and you're on the front lines and sometimes front firing line, and I appreciate everything you do as municipal councillors, and particularly the difficulties this previous councils and this municipality has had with some of the dictates in the past from Queen's Park, where you had no say in and I had no say in with respect to the growth that's being applied to this area. But I know you'll do your best with that, and I only have 10 minutes tonight, so We won't be able to solve every problem. I'll just tell you, as Patrick Brown's House Leader, my day-to-day job, the mayor asked me to say, what do I do every day? Basically, I spend most of my time not with my own party, but with the other two parties. So I'm the chief negotiator on all bills and matters before the legislature that pertain to the three parties. So we spend hours and hours and hours in discussions each week. We have formal meetings and informal meetings, and often on weekends. We're not getting along too well this week, surprise, surprise, surprise. To the credit of the media, about 3 weeks ago, they began to notice that of the $1.35 billion the government has given out in the last 2 years in cash to corporations, in grants to businesses, in interest-free loans, about 80% of that, the Auditor General first pointed us to the fact, but 80% of those, the government can't prove that the jobs are being created that they say are being created. So every time they make an announcement, whether it's to Ford or Chrysler or Toyota or something, they say X number of jobs will be created, even down to small companies. And the auditor found that there's really no system in the last 10 years of tracking those jobs. Then the media got into asking about that, and they began to say, well, how do you apply for one of these? Well, it turns out 80%, for the first time in the history of Ontario, 80% of that money, which is a huge amount of money, would solve all the problems of the next 20 years in this riding. 80% was by invitation from the government, so unheard of. And so we asked for a public inquiry of where the money's gone, did it create the jobs, and that's led to, which you may have heard more about, the squabbling amongst opposition parties and the government over a need to change our political financing laws and put them more in line with the federal government. Right now, our limits are quite high. It's almost $10,000 a year that a corporation can give a government. And with the loopholes that you can drive a truck through, some corporations have figured out how to give a particular party $100,000 a year. We found, and the media found, started digging, that most of these companies that are receiving grants and interest-free loans, write out cash from the government, have been making significant donations to the Liberal Party of Ontario. So it's probably our fifth scandal. A favoritism like that is against the law. It's a criminal code offense. Remember, there are 4 OPP investigations still ongoing in the province, unheard of. We've never had an OPP investigation of a premier's office. We have the Sudbury election scandal. We have the erasing of the tapes in the gas plant scandal. We have the Orange Air Ambulance scandal, and we've got another one I just can't remember at the moment. It's been going on for so long. Some of these have been being investigated by the police for 3 or 4 years, but we finally, through persistence, we did get criminal charges laid in the Sudbury by-election scandal, where a Liberal operative is now charged criminally with bribing the former Liberal candidate not to run in that election. So that's sort of the bad news. When I think of some good news, I'll get to it in a minute. Well, locally we're doing kind of exciting for me tomorrow. Once a year you get a private member's ballot item, so you can put in a resolution or a bill. And in the past I've had bills to reopen the birthing unit at the Alliston Hospital. I've had bills to expand dialysis that were successful in the province over my 25 years. Been fairly successful. This is a tough one. There's busloads coming down tomorrow. You'll probably see it on the news because CTV Barrie is coming down. They're coming down from Collingwood because the government has just allowed, as of 2 weeks ago, it's a process that's been going on since 2010, but the 8 tallest windmills in North America will go right next to the Collingwood Regional Airport. In fact, 2 of these windmills will go within 2.1 nautical miles at the end of the runway. That's about 2.5 kilometers, or about 4 or 5 seconds when you're taking off in an airplane. So South Dakota did have 4 gentlemen killed 2 years ago when they ran into a blade near a regional airport, a windmill blade. And these aren't just your windmills you see over at Melancton or around Western Province, and there's thousands of them now. These are 50 stories high. So the TD Tower, the original TD Tower, remember the square black tower? That tower is 52 stories, this is 50. Imagine that sitting out in the middle of rural Ontario next to the Niagara Escarpment, and there's 8 of them. There's, the other 6 are close to what they call the Stainer Aerodrome. So the owner of that, Kevin Elwood, who's a councillor over in Clearview. It is on appeal, but appeal's pretty limited before the Environmental Review Tribunal. It's for human or animal health. This is both Clearview and Collingwood municipalities did an economic study. There's going to be a good economic effect on the airport. By coincidence, yesterday, the flying school at the airport was given accreditation to become a community college flying school, so it can now give out diplomas to community college students so they can work on their commercial aircraft licenses. So that's a big thing, because I'm using the ballot. It's so important to me and to the constituents on that side of the riding, and to pilots right across the province, and to tourism. There are a lot of fairly wealthy people that do fly their planes in to enjoy Collingwood area, particularly in ski time. So that's a big deal. I'd say the biggest issue in the riding, outside of that part of the riding, but overall in the riding, is one that you feel every day. It's home care and long-term care beds. They have not built, despite of what they say, in the 13 odd years they've been in office, the Liberals, they haven't issued one new license for a long-term care bed, a nursing home bed. And you're feeling that, if you're like me, the calls come into my house on the weekend, they're all the time, where am I going to put mom and dad? The closest place is in Toronto, or the closest place is in, we're lucky, Newmarket, Albury, Bolton sometimes. But Simcoe County, as you know, every one of our long-term care facilities, whether it's county-owned or private, has waiting lists into the hundreds now. When we were in office, we built 22,000 new long-term care beds in 10 years. The Liberals accused us of overbuilding. So while you can go on the internet and see that there are some facilities that are expanding in that, they've taken those licenses from other areas. One license equals one bed. And they've moved them around the province, because they've been stuck too long on this vision that you're going to stay at home and all the home care is going to be provided. And we all have gone through this with our families. I went through it with my mom and dad. They passed away in the last couple of years. Care just isn't there. So in terms of the volume of calls that I deal with and services and the serious services we have, it's long-term care beds and it's home care. And another sort of historic thing is going to happen on Saturday. I don't know if you read or heard the news, but there's going to be a historic rally at Queen's Park. Ontario's doctors, I'm a former health minister, so I have great empathy for the health minister, but they've gone too far this time. The doctors have been without a contract for 2 years, and for the first time, the government actually walked away from the negotiating table, as you recall, about 6 months ago. Now, I remember having tough negotiations in the mid-1990s with the doctors, and I at least stayed at the table for an entire year. Now, they ended up winning, and it cost $160 million extra, but it was kind of fun. At the end of the day, though, they're very angry, and offices have been closing, and so that's another problem. Almost 800,000 Ontarians don't have a family doctor, and this is just compounding the problem. But I do want to commend you for the steps you've taken over the years to improve local health care and medical center and that, so you certainly have done the right thing. But if you run into your doctors these days and they're not very happy, I think they have a right to their unhappiness at this point. You should at least continue to negotiate and talk to them. And so now they're looking for binding arbitration because they can't get the government to sit down and talk to them. So that's just, I just would say one thing over the years I've been there. First of all, thank you for electing me. I've won every poll on this side of the riding, every election, which, knock on wood somewhere, but I won't be running here next time. So the riding, of course, you know, there's the new riding. Our law, we've already passed the law to once again mimic the federal ridings. It's cheaper if we just have the same set of maps and the same system going forward. So I just want to say I'll certainly come back anytime, Your Worship, but I won't be here too often, but I do want to assure you that my support for Royal Victoria Hospital will always continue. I had the privilege in 1996, Bob Ray built it, I got to open the new Royal Vic, and now we've got the second Royal Vic. You'll see petitions and things that I'm working on at Queen's Park. It's now time for me to concentrate on the Collingwood and Alliston hospitals. Alliston hasn't anything done to it significantly in 60 years. It was built for 7,000 emergency room visits per year. It does 33,000, more than most Toronto hospitals. Collingwood, the last time anything was done to it was an $18 million redevelopment, when I was Minister of Health in 1996, and they need a new hospital, basically. So in my time, Royal Vic's been done, Owen Sound's been done, Newmarket's been done a couple times in terms of cardiac, in terms of cancer. Same with Barrie now getting cardiac. So you'll see me concentrating quite a bit on Collingwood and Alliston in the future. But as I said, it'll always be available. I'm not going to give up on serving you people at all. But I have been asked by the media, you know, would you be running over here? And of course, I was born and raised in Alliston, and I live in Wasaga Beach, so it's natural that I stay over there. Questions, Worship? I don't know how
Sure,
long that was.
no, that's great, I appreciate that, Mr. Wilson, and I will turn to council, and whoever's got Blackberry should as well. Is there any questions, Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Mayor French, and I don't have a Blackberry. Thank you for being here, Mr. Wilson. It's always a pleasure, sir. And I want to thank you for your recent document on fiscal constraints, and also for keeping the current provincial government honest, if you like. The question I have for you, sir, is given the financial atmosphere, well, certainly in our township, we're always trying to get provincial grants. Do you have any tips or secrets that would help us? I don't think your endorsement would be any good, given your relationship with the current government, but any tips you could help us would be appreciated.
Well, it's surprising. I've not had a real problem. I've had schools built where schools needed to be built. Problems you're experiencing are probably problems that a lot of municipalities are experiencing. But as you put the grant applications in, make sure you tell me about them. Because I do have a very long relationship with the senior bureaucrats down there, and sometimes they'll just do things for you without telling their ministers. No guarantee, but you know, Councillor, you hit the nail on the head. While I talk about having to redevelop hospitals and that, I do that with the mind that they're going to spend $10 billion on healthcare capital over the next 10 years, and I want to make sure my riding gets its share of it. But at the same time, we are the most indebted subnational government in the whole world now. So there's no state that has more of a per capita debt or debt to GDP. There's no other subnational government, state or province anywhere in the world now that owes as much money as we do. We're ticking at $300 billion just by the end of last year is our debt. Our interest payments are $11 billion a year, and interest is at a record low. If it goes up even a tad, which it will inevitably, we're going to be in real serious problem. Next to healthcare and education, our third largest ministry, third largest expenditure now is just debt, and most of it to China. It used to be to Wall Street, it's now to China. And I only say that because it's extremely serious. The auditor for the first time, Bonnie Lisek, back in October, said that if this continues, we'll see the crowding out of programs that are vitally important to the everyday lives of Ontarians. So we're seeing that now in healthcare. They don't frankly have the money to give to the doctors. They don't have the money to put into home care. So they're going to have to make, and they're starting to, and we're trying to be gentle with them on this. We know, having gone through it myself in the 90s, they're going to have to make some really tough decisions. But they don't seem to be capable ever of shedding anything. Mike Harris closed 12 ministers and had a very small cabinet compared to the Liberals before us and Bob Ray before that. We literally got rid of entire programs. And they can't seem to do that. They always seem to have to hold on to something because they just can't say no. And at some point, they're going to have to say, look at healthcare, education, and name the top 5. That's what we're going to concentrate on for the next 10 years. And a lot of other things are going to fall by the wayside. They're talking down there about getting rid of school busing because one of the ministers said the other day that's not required under the Education Act. Well, he's not going to do it. He'd never get away with it. There would be a complete uproar from every parent in the province. It depends on it. But they're starting to think, hey, this is getting to be quite serious. But having said that, it's lean times, starting to be lean times for municipalities, has been for a while. But I'd be happy if I know about it. I don't often know about what you're applying for. I mean, Wasaga Beach got $58,000 or $61,000 2 days ago for its Elvis Festival. I simply went to Michael Coutu and said, are we getting the money? And he said, yes. We got, I forget, we just want to announce at 4 o'clock today for over there somewhere. And I forget what it was, tourism related to or something like that, which I didn't think we were going to get. So, long answer, I know, but
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a couple more questions, Councilor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor French. Just want to thank you, Jim, for coming and sharing the information with us. It's nice to have you, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Good. And I just, not to single anyone out, that's a terrible thing to do, but Perry was very helpful, as members of the previous council were, the mayor, but Perry led the charge on reopening Life Labs in Elmville. And there's another good example of having a good rapport with the senior bureaucrats in the Ministry of Health. They basically did that as a favor. They didn't give Life Labs any more money. They phoned the president of Life Labs up and says, unless you want Jim Wilson mentioning your name in the house every day, you better reopen Life Labs. Not bragging, but that's exactly how it happened. Because she told me that about a month later when I met her.
Councilor Donkey?
As you stated, I guess you know that we're going through a lot of growth in this area. And so as we're dealing with it, we're dealing with planning policies. And a lot of the planning policies are great, but they're interpreted from one instance versus another instance versus like taking the whole community and what's going on within that community. So sometimes, although something's meets all planning policies, to my residents, it doesn't seem to be right. There's something missing. So I've been trying to take notes as to what I feel, because you can't change the current, you have to abide by the current planning policies, but there's always the future, and where do we need to lead? So I've been trying to take notes as we're dealing with this planning, and I can see that there's certain policies that need to be changed. How do you see us sitting with you to discuss some policies in planning of how we could move forward with some changes at the provincial level?
Sure, invite me anytime. Monday to Thursday, we often sit till 9:30 at night or so, but Fridays, and of course available all summer. The Liberals don't like to work very often, so we have about 3 months in the summer and we're available, to my chagrin. It's a good point though, but planning, and I'll just say, it's going to sound very strange, but we've yet to even debate or even have a briefing on places to grow Liberal version. Certainly what happened here was Minister Shirelli's signature. No discussion, no debate. The Crombie report's out. I asked Lincoln the other day because everybody's asking questions about it. And it said, early 2016, they discussed the 87 recommendations. I said, I'm House Leader. I know what's going to go on for the next 4 months. I don't see any discussion on the Crombie report. Oh, well, we'll get to that when we get to it. So I think if you followed some of the donations, you're going to see that's how planning's been done in this province in the last while. And I say that publicly. Because,
Thank you.
well, why did he sign what he signed without even telling the local MPP? Right?
Excuse me, Mr. Wilson, would you repeat those last comments so I can read better?
I think I said what I said.
But I didn't hear it.
Oh, if you follow the money, you might figure out where the planning went in this problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I've said enough.
Okay, good, thank you, I appreciate it, and we certainly welcome you back in the fall, and if there's any new initiatives. We're going through the exercise now, we're starting to kind of revise and update, and it'll probably end up with being a new official plan, and we're hoping that we can expand this on the provincial policies, so there is no misunderstanding for a future council that might be faced with an application. Maybe we can clarify it a little better than in the past, but anyway, we'll certainly keep you up to date on where we're at with that. But anyway, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councilor Ritchie for the resolution.
Thank you, Mayor French. Moved by Terry Ritchie, second by Todd Allen, that the delegation to Jim Wilson, MVP, be received.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to our regular agenda, and we're going to item 5. If you're following us at home on YouTube and observing the proceedings, we're going to 5, and it's called a public meeting. And I have a bit of a prepared script here, which I'll read, and we'll carry on from there. Welcome to this public, first of all, I guess not, I don't need that. Yes, I do. Councilor McConkey. Do you open?
With the motion? Open the public hearing.
Yeah.
Moved by McConkey, second by Councillor Hannan, that this public meeting of council held under Section 34 of the Planning Act for ZB 2016-006 Stone Manor Operating Corp. Application be called to order at 6:50. Yeah, I was gonna say 60:55. Okay.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, now I'll read my script. Welcome to this public meeting of Springwater Township Council, held in compliance with Section 34 of the Planning Act to give the public an opportunity to express their views in regard to a proposed amendment to the Township of Springwater zoning bylaw as amended. The first part of this meeting is to present the amendment. Following that, an opportunity will be given to enable those who have any comments, concerns, or inquiries with regard to this proposal to make their views known to council. In addition to any comments made at this meeting, written presentations would also be welcomed by council. If a person or a public body who files an appeal of a decision of the Township of Springwater in respect of a proposed zoning bylaw amendment does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to the Township of Springwater before the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is passed, the Ontario Municipal Board may dismiss all or part of the appeal. Any persons who wish to speak should first give their name and address. All comments or questions should be addressed through the chair. Oral submissions will form part of the public meeting minutes records, including the name and address of the speaker as information collected under the Planning Act. The minutes of the meeting will be posted on the Township website. So what we're dealing with is Stone Manor Operating Corp. Zoning Bylaw -2016-005. And I'll call upon the Deputy Clerk to confirm notice of this meeting and the dates in which notice was given.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Notice of the public meeting was mailed on the 29th of March, 2016, to the owner of the subject lands and to the assessed owners of 224 properties in the Township of Springwater within 120 meters of the area to which the proposed amendment would apply, and to all persons and public bodies as prescribed under the Planning Act and its regulations. Notice was also sent to the applicant's agent. Notice was also posted at the assessed property to which the proposed amendments applies, at a location that was visible from Sunnydale Road, Dobson Road, and Berry Hill Road, and on the Township's website.
Has the Planning Department received any correspondence in response to the notice of public meeting?
Yes, items of correspondence have been received from the Simcoe County District School Board, and the planning staff there had no objections to this amendment. And I'll apologize if I pronounce this name wrong. Joseph Harris and Elizabeth Clement, in an email dated April 9, 2016, voiced their objection to any more intensification of urbanization in their community, and addressed excessive clear-cutting of trees backing onto Allen Drive, and if there was any indication of suitable size tree replacement by the Stone Manor Operating Corp. as per the provision for maintenance of a portion of the matured forest that had been observed, or has not been observed. Empress Gas Distribution does not object to the proposed applications, but reserves the right to amend or remove development conditions. The County of Simcoe engineering technician staff reviewed the updated traffic analysis for the Centre Vespera Community Plan and noted the proposed increase in units is expected to generate an additional 26 trips during the AM peak hour and 35 trips during the PM peak. The original approved road improvements and turning lane dimensions that were required as a result of the previously approved subdivision plan can readily accommodate the expected additional traffic. The additional traffic generated is also not expected to trigger the immediate requirement for traffic signals at the either CR 40 and Dobson Road or CR 40 and Berry Hill Road. As previously agreed, the developer is required to construct the necessary intersection improvements and turning lanes. The developer will be required to conduct further traffic counts related to any future phasing approvals of the subdivision and to monitor the traffic volumes to determine the timing of the installation of the traffic signals. And the county will undertake the installation of the traffic signals when required and the cost removed through the county development charge bylaw. Chief Phyllis Williams of Curve Lake First Nations. The proposed project is situated within the traditional territory of Curve Lake First Nation. First Nations territory is incorporated into the Williams Treaties territory and is the subject of a claim under Canada's specific claim policy. Strongly suggest that the Williams Treaty First Nation Claims Coordinator be provided with a copy of the proposals, as obligation to consult extends to the other First Nations of the Williams Treaties. Curve Lake First Nation Council is not currently aware of any issues that would cause concern with respect to the traditional Aboriginal or treaty rights, but noted the close cultural affinity with respect to remains of ancestors and reminded of regulations that should any excavation unearth evidence of a native burial site or archaeological findings, that First Nations government are to be notified immediately prior to removal of remains or artifacts, and also requested to be advised of any new undisclosed or unforeseen issues that could potentially impact on the treaty and Aboriginal rights. The Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority noted that stormwater management, the applicant will be required to demonstrate that the existing stormwater management scheme can accommodate stormwater flows resulting from the increase in impervious areas. And the ecology, no natural heritage concerns with the proposed amendment. Permits are not required from the Conservation Authority prior to construction or grading or unregulated portions of this property.
Thank you. I'll now call upon Celeste Phillips of Celeste Phillips Planning to give a brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposal.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of council, members of staff, and the public. My name is Celeste Phillips, and I'm a land use planning consultant. Is this microphone turned on? It is. Yes. I'm here today to present the rezoning application to you that was filed on behalf of Stowe Manor Woods for a rezoning of lands in Centre Vespra. In attendance this evening with me, Lucy Stalko from Tribute Homes, Norm Godfrey from Yorkwood Homes, and 3 engineers that have been working on this project, Michael Cullop, Rick Groves, and Brian Richardson. And those individuals are all here to assist in answering any questions that I'm not able to answer this evening. I thought I would just take a few minutes to provide a little bit of background about Centre Vespra to those who are excuse me, new to the community or new to council, because development has been proposed in Centre Vespra for about 20 years now. The growth management strategy that was done by Springwater Township in July of 1996 identified Centre Vespra as one of the areas where growth would be permitted in Springwater Township. And that notion was carried forward into the official plan for Springwater in 1998, where Centre Vespra was identified as one of the 9 settlement areas that would see growth happen over the planning period. And that was reconfirmed in 2004 in your second growth management strategy. So following that, there was a community plan prepared for Center Vespera that set out the development concept and the general land use planning policies for that area. And that was approved by Springwater Council in 2006 and then was approved by the County of Simcoe in 2007. The original plan of subdivision for the lands that we're speaking about tonight was actually submitted 8 years ago in 2008 in October, and it was revised and resubmitted over a couple of years. Initially, there was a combination of street townhouses and single detached dwellings. Over time, the townhouse component was removed from the plan of subdivision, and there were some concerns from residents about the buffer area between the Stonegate subdivision that exists currently and the new development. And the owners offered to increase that buffer from 3 meters to 6 meters. As well, lot depths were increased, and the parks were identified, and their sizes were increased as well. So I will show you now the plan of subdivision that was approved. So in 2011 and 2013, the plan of subdivision for 660 lots was approved by Springwater Township. It was approved by the County of Simcoe, and finally it was approved by the Ontario Municipal Board as well. The approved plan consists of all single detached dwellings, and the lot sizes are shown on here in various colors. Just to orient here, this is Dobson Road on the right-hand side of the slide, Berry Hill Road on the left-hand side of the slide, and Sunnydale along the bottom, and this is the Stonegate subdivision just south of this property. So the various tones on this drawing show the different types of lots. There are 42-foot lots, 52-foot lots, 62-foot lots, and 85-foot lots, and I'm talking in terms of frontages. As well, what is significant is the extensive environmental or open space corridor that runs through the center of the subdivision, 2 new municipal parks, 2 stormwater management ponds, and this is a fully serviced development on municipal water and municipal sewer. And in all, the open space component of this approved subdivision is about 48 acres of open space. I would draw your attention to the yellow lots alongside the hydro corridor on the north part of the plan in both the west and the east area, because I'm going to be talking to you tonight about the changes that are proposed in that area. So the purpose of the rezoning is to implement a change that the owners wish to the lot distribution on the plan of subdivision. So the lands were zoned in 2011 with the minimum frontages, as I mentioned, of the 42, 52, 62, and 85-foot lots. And zoning bylaws in Ontario, for the most part, are structured so that each lot must meet the minimum requirements. So as an example, if a lot is zoned with a 52-foot frontage house or lot has to go in that location, you cannot develop it with something that would be smaller than that. So you have to meet the minimum standard. So the owners wish to change the location of certain lots in 3 areas of the plan that are illustrated here. In the northeast, there are 85-foot lots in this location here, and the owners wish to change those lots such that they are a combination of the smaller lots, the 42-foot, 52-foot, and 62-foot lots, which would see an increase in the total number of lots on the east side of the open space corridor by 17 lots. In eliminating the 85-foot lots in this location, the owners would like to reallocate those down in this location at the south part of the plan, identified in blue, and to change those lots from a 62-foot frontage and make them larger to make them an 85-foot frontage. And then finally, in the northwest corner, to remove the 85-foot lots and to replace those lots with a combination of 42, 52, and 62-foot lots. So the net result is an increase in the total number of lots 17 on the east side of the open space corridor, and 18 on the west side of the open space corridor. There is no need to change the road pattern for the plan of subdivision, and there's no thought or intent to change any of the house styles that are proposed. And there's no new lot size that's being instituted here. It's the same lot sizes, 42, 52, and 62 that have already been deemed to be compatible by Springwater Council, the county, and the province. In support of the rezoning application, we had another look at the traffic, and Michael Cullip updated the traffic report, and that was submitted as part of the application package. The servicing capacity and the ability to service an additional 35 lots with municipal water and sewer was reviewed by Rick Groves, and correspondence to that effect was filed with the municipality. And Brian Richardson has had a look at the comments that were read out today from the Conservation Authority, and he has confirmed that there is no issue with the sizes of the stormwater management ponds that would result from an increase in the number of lots. The planning process in Ontario is structured such that there are allowances for what we refer to as red line revisions to plans of subdivision. Because often it is years between the time a plan of subdivision is approved to the time that it's actually developed, there is a process in Ontario that allows you to make revisions to the plan and prior to its approval. And in this case, we have a plan that dates back 8 to 10 years. The province, the county, and the township all have planning policies that focus growth in settlement areas, such as Centre Vespra, and promote compact development and efficient use of land. In terms of the planning rationale, I have filed with the municipality a planning justification report that goes through each of the provincial planning documents, the county official plan and the municipal official plan, and that's available for review if anybody is inclined to do so. So the approved plan of subdivision is 660 lots. The proposed changes or red line revisions that the owners are asking for would result in a total of 695 lots, which is an increase of 35 lots. That would result in a density of marginally higher than was originally estimated 10 years ago. And I would point out to you that your official plan documents do allow this type of flexibility in population and in statistics and in unit counts. So there would be a 5.3% increase in the total number of lots for this area, but that actually translates to only a 0.2 unit per hectare increase in density, which in my opinion as a planner maintains the intent of the Centre Vespra community plan, and certainly is in line with the policies from the county and from the province. So just to reiterate and wrap up here, Your Worship, again, this is a colored version of the plan as it now is approved, with these call-out boxes showing the changes that are proposed. The next slide is colored to show the way that the plan would look if council was inclined to make changes to the plan and to allow the zoning amendment to pass. I would say again that it's still a low-density subdivision. It still has a variety of lot frontages. It would still have the extensive open space network and parkland. The relotting allows the subdivision to certainly be built out more quickly, and the development, of course, contributes to the density targets that the province has asked you to adhere to here in Springwater Township. So to summarize, in my review of the request by Stone Manor Operating Group, it's my planning position that this application for rezoning meets all of the planning tests that would be put before you in considering such an application, and I would ask for your favorable consideration of the rezoning request. Your Worship, I have included a couple of other slides that I wasn't going to refer to. They're landscape drawings for the stormwater management pond and a little closer view, aerial view of the Stonegate subdivision. I have those available if there's particular questions about those.
I think what I'll do is First of all, we'll go to the public, and if anybody has any questions on what has been presented, or concerns. And if you've been here for public meetings, I don't, not that I'm trying to be a mean principal, but I don't tolerate jeers or cheers. And I'd just like to pass that on, and I would like you to be respectful. I know there's some strong opinions on, planning applications and other things that come to the township, but let's be respectful of each other. And so anybody who has a question, please come forward, state your name and address. And I also would caution people making statements that may not be factual. I'm not going to do anything about it, but someone else might want to. So just make sure whatever the statements are, that they are factual, because we're trying to make a decision up here based on fact. And I may turn to our planning or director of planning for clarification if there's a question that I'm not aware of. So I invite anybody to come forward, and I suggest you to stay there. Celeste, do you want to
Yeah, just
speak
had one.
first? Yes.
Yeah, I just had one thing I should have mentioned at the outset. When your deputy clerk was reading out the correspondence, I just wanted to clarify with respect to the correspondence from the Curve Lake Nations. Many years ago, this property was subjected to a full archaeological evaluation. There was a small campsite found on this property. So the owner at that time, Yorkwood Homes, went through stage 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the archaeological process, and the property has been cleared of all archaeological remains, and the clearance letter was issued from the Ministry of Citizenship, Culture and Recreation. So that matter has been put to bed.
I was going to actually ask our director of planning, since it does show up in our report, I would like a confirmation, not from the ministry, but from the First Nation, that they are satisfied with the status of it. Because one thing that we as a council would be doing in our official plan right now, because we had a meeting with First Nations people, and there's been good distribution, but we also found out one of the chiefs has a stack on his desk from 10 years that nobody's looked at. And yes, he's been circulated, but they've never responded. And I would definitely want to see a response on this before going forward. But anyway, I appreciate that comment. So anybody from the public, I invite you to come forward, identify yourself, state your name and address, and we will respond. Either Celeste will respond, or her, obviously her advisors, consultants, or our director of planning. So I invite you to come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of Council. My name is Audrey Wright. I'm representing my family, and we live at 8 Edgecombe Terrace in the Stonegate subdivision. We first heard of a development happening in this area several years ago now, when it was thought that probably with the rural designation that perhaps something like 250 plus houses might go in there. And even that we were a little concerned about, but nevertheless understood that this is what's happening now. But this development, as far as my family and friends are concerned, it's taking on a life of its own. It's a density now that I feel should not have been approved in the first place in that particular area. I think it's in the wrong place. And now it's getting larger and larger. The developers very kindly invited us to a meeting in March, and unfortunately it was the night of the ice storm, and so we couldn't go, and I regret that. But we now are thankful that you've afforded us the opportunity to come here this evening and to tell you that we really do feel that it's too much in the wrong place. We moved here to be in what we thought was a rural area, surrounded with peace and quiet, which we have found to be just the same in the last 13 years in Stonegate. It's been extremely nice and everybody very friendly. There's 68 houses, I think we are, on 2 acre plus lots, and it's been a wonderful 13 years for my husband and I. But this now is changing the area so totally. When you come up over Sunningdale Hill Road, and you look down, we used to look down on trees and woods and farm fields. Now we look down on roofs of houses rapidly going up and street lighting. It's a little difficult to get used to. I guess we will, and I know we can't stop it. It's been approved by various levels of council, but I think what I'm trying to say is that I hope this doesn't happen again. I hope that all levels of council realise where they're placing these dense developments and think twice. This happens to be Earth Week. This is the week when we're teaching our children to encourage farmers to grow their crops, subsidise them somehow, and not sell their land. And for children to come out and plant trees. And here we see a development that has cut down all of the hardwood, let alone the scrub. And they advertise in the website as being coming and living in a sylvan setting. I think I'm right in saying that it's supposed to be quiet woodlots, peaceful woodlots, I think it says, rolling farmland, and a breathtaking view in every corner and bend of the road. Well, the hardwoods have left on trucks, and now we have, it's not slash and burn anymore, thank goodness, it's slash and chip. And we have now what is known within our development as the pyramids, which is these very high groups of sawdust and chips, which actually I hope the developers realise, to me, is an accident waiting to happen. If children get out there, that could be a disaster in that area. So I would just like to say to all of you, thank you so much for asking us. I hope I've been respectful. I've been brought up to be respectful. And I would just say to welcome to all the new people who come and live in the area, despite the fact that I know it's changing to our disadvantage. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your comments, and that was very, very elegant, and thank you. Is there anybody else from the public who would like to make a comment before I go to council for any questions or comments? I'll go to council and then I'll come back for a last check. Okay, I'll go to council. Is there any comments or questions? Councilor McConkey.
Well, it's in my ward, and I'm just, talking to people and trying to understand. I understand what the lady's saying tonight. I guess, as I understand it, some of the residents did feel that it was going to be a smaller development than what was eventually approved by the OMB. I know in conjunction with Springwater Township. But I guess when the public looks at it, they look and they say, well, if the OMB, the final approval, which I would say that the final approval was not 10 years ago, it was about 5 years ago, they agreed with the 600 and, I got the numbers, the 660
Right.
homes. And so it's like, how many times can you come back and ask for a change on this approval? And is it too soon to ask? Because I guess I read the one report that was attached to the staff report through Celeste, and it talked about intensification. So is this intensification because the subdivision hasn't been built out yet? So the question, I guess I want to understand the terms of intensification versus a red line revision. Because my interpretation of a red line revision is that, and I maybe, I just want that clarification between the two. A red line revision is when the measurements, when you first do a draft plan approval, you try to measure what you have in the area and you say this is what belongs here. So sometimes the measurements can be out, so it can slot in 2 or 3, 5 houses. But what is this really called when you haven't built out, you've started your phase 1. Your phase 1 is almost sold, so I can understand requesting something from the phase 1 perspective, but from the phase 2, is it too soon? And how does I'd like to understand in a future report, how does planning feel towards this? I guess the other question that's raised by the residents quite frequently, and it's raised constantly, and I can't say that this 5% is going to be the result of it, but it is traffic concerns. And I did receive a call from a resident who actually has bought one of the houses in phase 1 and is concerned about the traffic lights at Dobson Road, that he's saying, you're building a subdivision the size of Elmvale and you don't even have traffic lights? Drive through Elmvale and see how many traffic lights they have. I bought this house and I'm expecting traffic lights. And I says, well, it's going to come, but it will come in time when the county figures the traffic measures. He responded back to me and said that he'd spoken to the county and that the traffic lights would be up by the end of the year. So I think we need confirmation as to what is the trigger when those traffic lights go in, because everybody's getting a bit of a different answer there, and traffic and safety is the thing. We keep building, and I know it's not this 5%, but I have to think of it as a ward councillor. Is the safety, again, operationally, are we ready? And I look at it from policing perspective and from fire. And I know that that's not part of the planning policy, but I don't know how it works, and I get asked those questions. And I did get answered because I was concerned about residents who have bought a home there, thinking that they're going to be across the street from a subdivision or a house that's 85 feet, and now it's being reduced. Will those residents be aware? I was informed that, and I did see that the model doesn't show and that they were subject to change. So the residents who have bought, that has been covered. So I just want to know that question has been brought up and it has been answered to me. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, where does this really fit? Is it red line? Is it intensification? And if this 5% happens, what is there to say that another 5 or 10% is coming down? Do we have anything through the planning policy to say, yes, we understood your plan was this, and if you hold to these numbers, is there any type of guideline to make sure that the residents know that there's not going to keep coming more development, so that they can finally rest and know that this is the amount of numbers? So I think that they want reassurance with the types of numbers, and if there could be other proposals like this. That's all I have right now. So those are the types of questions you have, safety and.
Actually, maybe I'll ask Celeste to answer some of the questions, and maybe I'll then go to our director of planning if we can pick up some of them, but maybe I'm misreading it, but it sounds like before you'd like to deal with an approval here, you may want to see a report. Is that what you're, okay, I just want to know if that's a direction we're going in. But let's see what questions we can answer from an intensity perspective. And also, the comment on the expectation of people that bought across from what were 85-foot lots. What was the sales pitch to them?
Your Worship and Councillor McConkey, I will attempt to answer some of your questions. With respect to intensification, if you look at the growth plan, there is a definition for intensification. It means developing a property at a higher density than currently exists. So that can be through redevelopment, it can be through the development of vacant or underutilized lots within previously developed areas. It can be infill, or it can be the expansion or conversion of existing buildings. So at the very basic level, if you have nothing on a property and you put a house on the property, it meets the test of intensification because it's something being built at a higher density that already exists. That's not to say I want to use that definition in this instance, but when I wrote the planning report, I drew attention to the fact that the province is promoting intensification services, and there is no interest in seeing further development in Ontario on septic systems and on individual wells. That is sort of the least favorable type of servicing. That's not something that I'm saying, that's something that the planning policies say. With regard to the traffic lights, the owners of Stone Manor Operating Corp. Are responsible for putting in the underground ductwork for the traffic lights. I think if we go back to the correspondence that was filed by the County of Simcoe this evening, they have indicated that the county will be responsible for installing the traffic lights when they are warranted. And unfortunately, I'm not the one to be able to say that they're warranted at this time. The traffic information that I have from Mr. Cullip, who has done the work, is that those lights are not warranted now. That is not to say that you can't petition the county and ask for those lights to be installed earlier, or perhaps ask the owners of Stone Manor Woods to perhaps front end the cost of those with a rebate on their development charges, or to find some mechanism to get those lights in sooner if that's something that you are concerned about. I'm not really quite sure. I'll have to ask Lucy Stocko and Norm Godfrey. If I'm wrong, they can correct me, but I'm fairly confident that the lots that were sold opposite the 85-foot lots are not misleading the public. My understanding is that that area was not shown in the sales office, and no one had an opportunity to say, oh, I'm buying a lot across from an 85-foot, because it certainly wasn't on display. Is that correct? That's correct. And I think your final point, and maybe an earlier point too, about red line revisions, certainly I have seen in my career lots of types of red line revisions. I've seen revisions where lots are added. I've seen revisions where storm ponds have increased in size. I've seen where extra room is available and more lots have been added. So there's a whole realm of opportunities for red line revisions. Down the road, I believe that what we're seeing today on this plan and the increase in 35 lots is what I have been advised about. I'm not saying that there's not going to be anything else, but I think that if I was buying this community, and I think that Yorkwood and Tribute Homes feel the same way, that they will continue to be offering the 42, 52, and 62-foot lots in this community. Am I offside on that?
Okay, thank you. Maybe Director Steigner would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor French. I guess the first point of clarification, I think, just as it relates to the one of the letters that was read as comments received, just a point of clarification that any tree removal that has occurred on the site has obtained the authorizations either by way of through a tree clearing agreement with the municipality, or with the authorization of the municipality and property owners in the area who ask for trees and tree preservation to be removed as a result of damaged or sick trees. The damaged trees were a result of the ice storm. And in addition to that, there were also requests that certain ash trees along Dobson will be removed. So if there has been any tree clearing done in the preservation area, there has been authorization provided for that to occur. With respect to the comments from Ms. Phillips regarding intensification, I concur with her summary of the definition as per the growth plan as it relates to intensification. The larger question, I think, that Mayor French is alluding to and is directing towards me is what are the thresholds in determining how much further intensification is appropriate. And to my mind, the question really stems to the consideration as to what policies are in the community plan and the thresholds that are built in the community plan. So for example, Ms. Phillips referenced the density counts, or the density parameters that have been established in the range of 4 to 6 units per hectare. That is a range that has been provided within the plan to govern what the built form will look like and what the density will be under the community plan. In addition to that, there are other considerations related to lot units and the total number of the total lot yield, which could also be considered in determining that. What the actual number is, I can't give a definitive number as to what the percentage is, but it all comes down to the consideration of the policies within the plan and the ability of the proposal to meet those policies and match what was intended through the community plan through those types of parameters. So the density parameter, and I would say the lot yield parameter, and the general community character parameter. As I said, I can't define or establish what that actual percentage is, but it's really subject to an application by application basis, and that's how things have to be considered in the Planning Act process. But I can't offer that as part of my comments as it relates to what the threshold is for future applications. But the true test comes from the policies of the community plan.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor McConkey.
Just one question that I did. I know that we're working on the Drainage Act. Is there any timeline I go through to staff as to when that Drainage Act would be completed? Because I feel that that also has something to do with, you know, it should be tied with this approval, I guess.
Dr. Spagno?
Through Mayor French to Councilor McConkey. Unfortunately, I don't have a timeline. Normally, I would refer to Director Archer to obtain a timeline, but I can provide that answer at a later date as part of a subsequent report.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor French. If I may start, I just have a bit of a handout, so if you would hand that, I'm going to distribute this if I may. Don't have enough copies for everybody,
Thank you.
but I'll talk to it. First of all, through you, Mayor French, we all, I think, agree that Yorkwood, Tribute, and Stone Manor Wood has been a good example of development, very cooperative, good listeners, good builders for sure. And so we have used them as an example, continue to use them as an example of the type of development that we want to see in Springwater. The mayor and I met with Norm and Celeste this week. The units that were previously increased to reach a 660 level unit are certainly more dense than is noted in the surrounding older developments there, and that's to be expected with the way growth is happening now. So I took a look at the two maps that were up. That's the proposed and then the previous one that you had. So we'll flip back and forth if we may. The increasing the 35 units to 695 units I can't support. I think it's more dense than what I want to see, and I believe what the residents want to see. It's an agreement that we came to, and I'm sure there might be need for some adjustments because of marketing matters with respect to hydro lines and so on, but I think we need to be creative. That's why I'd like to see it referred back for some further study. I think that one can see definitely how much more dense this is than the surrounding properties, as I say, and I would like to see the 660 unit maximum maintained. So what I've handed out is, if we go to the original, that one right there, and I've got this little doohickey here, which, laser. So the 85-foot lots are around here, the yellow, and around here, and these are 62-foot lots. The hydro line is right along here. And I'm told that there's a challenge to sell those size of lots close to a hydro corridor. Now, I asked the question, well, why were they planning to be there in the first place? And I didn't really get a satisfactory answer. It was something having to do with planning and previous councils, but they were there. They're not there in the floor plan in the showroom, but they were this was the layout that was planned when the 660 lots was agreed to. So that won't work for sales purposes. So I think that we should put our minds together to figure out, well, how can we reconfigure things to make 660 lots work between the rest of phase 1 that is unsold and phase 2, which is yet to be opened up to be sold. So the proposal is, on the next slide, if you would, please.
Sorry.
Oh, you're.
The proposal is to make these, which are 62-foot lots, the orangey colored, and then these, which are smaller, more dense lots, to put in this area, and to put more dense lots here, and right, not in addition to the hydro line, 2 streets, 3 streets over, and to put here 85, a collection of 85-foot lots. So what I've handed out is, and I'm no planner, I'm no expert planner, but in looking at the agreed plan versus the proposed, a possible reconfiguration, if we look at some adjustments, we come up with just 7 extra units rather than 35 extra units. And I think with some more experts looking at this, we could come up with 660 in total, so there would be no net increase. So for instance, the previous phase 1 and Trail Boulevard here, if you go to the previous slide, please. That had 26 85-foot lots right there. If we put 35 62-foot lots in that area, that's an increase of 9 lots. The phase 2, or the reduction, or the increase of these to 85-foot lots gets back 4 lots. If we do the same thing here, so you've got 85 footers across the street from each other all the way along here, then that claws back 3 lots. Similarly here, if you continue this size of lot all the way around here, it matches these lots across the street, and we don't bother making more intensification here. If we make those changes, as I say on this thing, that the net result is 7 extra lots versus 35, for a total of 667 versus 695. And as I say, with more experts looking at this, I'm sure we could get it such that there was the right configuration of lots that would have no net increase beyond the 660, which is what I would like to see. So I would hope to be able to refer this back to staff to take a look at that and look at the other things Councillor McConaughey was raising so that we could study it further.
I want to make my comments last. Anybody else got any comments in this application? Okay. And I know we've had this time, okay, Councillor Cogman.
Through you, Mayor French, in the report that, if the report does come back to council, with the red line revisions, I'm just curious, to add on to Councillor McConkey's, I feel that because I don't know a lot about it, I guess, that I see this a pattern happening. Like to me, there's no end. Like you can come back and keep asking and keep asking and keep asking. So I'd like to be very clear on what, as you said, the difference and what the red line revision means, because to me, it's not, it was approved and now they're coming back again. So I just want to know what the difference is between the red line revision and how many times people will come back.
Go ahead.
Councillor Coghlan, I think probably the best answer is the one that Mr. Spagno gave, which is that you look at the community plan for the area, which is Official Plan Amendment 28, and it sets out the density of 4 to 6 units per hectare. And this plan that's before you here this evening, not this one, sorry, the next one, is 6.2 units per hectare. So, you know, within the range of a reasonable change to the plan. But let's say, for example, there was the thought that you wanted to increase the subdivision by 100 lots instead of 35. Then you'd go back to the density numbers and run the density numbers. And if you are finding that the density is now at 4, or moved from 6% to, 6 units per hectare to 8 units per hectare, then Mr. Spagno is going to say, no, this is a bit of a problem. We're going to have to go back and amend the official plan and change the density. So right now we're working within the density parameters that don't require an official plan amendment. My sense from my discussions with Mr. Spagno is that anything more than 35 may tip the balance into requiring an official plan amendment.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor French. Just an addendum. You were talking about not having wells or septic systems and very many. I mean, we're looking at 74 to 100 unit development up in Anton Hills. That's exactly what they're doing. So they're still out there, I think.
Only pre-approved ones, I can jump in here. OMB approved 2 approaches to servicing in Ant Mills, that's where our problem is. It's an old approval. Going forward, you're not going to find any developments on private service except for 2 or 3 houses. Because that's why we went through the long discussion on that particular application. Sorry to jump in, if I could answer that. Okay, I have some comments, and some of these dates were mentioned, but I'd like to repeat them. And of course, as part of the approval of OPA 28, which is Center Vespera, and was approved by the Township in November 2006. It's ratified to the county, I think the same dates, July 2007. And then the actual, I guess, zoning was confirmed. There was, I guess it wasn't appealed to the OMB. The OMB was involved with the county and the township, and they approved the plan that we saw for 660. Because my understanding, there was some discussion as high as 1,200 when the discussion started, but that never went to the OMB. So the OMB was involved, but it was a agreement that was reached by the township, the county, and the OMB kind of nodded its head and said that's fine. Now, my mother always said to say something nice about somebody first, so I will do that. And as alluded to by Deputy Mayor Allen, I found the Builders Tribune in Yorkwood to be quite communicative on matters that impact the neighborhood. I've had quick response and resolutions to matters when they have occurred, from Dobson Road concerns to contractors unloading equipment at inappropriate time. In my view, they have tried to work with the local residents. Even after this council was elected, I met and asked the builders to engage the community more and invite them to open houses, which they've done on numerous occasions. A number of misconceptions were addressed, and the extended Stonegate community became better informed of what was happening in the development. The density of the development is reasonable, and the transition of lot size and housing types have been well addressed and complementary for the most part to the existing community. The tree removal up to a 6-meter buffer backing on the built community was approved as part of the development agreement and other agencies, but has been a concern voiced by residents that possibly they have broached it. Well, as we know, our Director of Planning just confirmed that that wasn't the case. And I looked for it, and I found no evidence or proof of those complaints, and no one has reported a bylaw infringement. So, I'm not sure we can put much weight into those concerns. Now, the community plan and settlement area policy for Center Vespera provide a range of development on all the lands in addition to the Stone Manor Woods properties of between 480 and 725 units. And that was a number of properties. So the range was, when we talked about, how many houses are going to be built, there is a reasonable expectation, to me, that the residents would have expected anywhere from 480 to 725. In section 8.3.1.3 of the settlement area policies, the developments north of Sunnydale Road, which included land holdings at the time by Yorkwood Future Development, Rugman, and De Gasperis, outlined plans for 425 to 660 homes. All those lands now form the Stone Manor development by Yorkwood and Tribute Homes, and so the number to me would be 660. This current request would increase the number to 695 from the projected maximum 660 included in this policy section. That to me is a far cry from the low of 425 to that area. When I see an overall range of 485 to 725 for all development lands, I would assume the maximum would be 725. If this increased unit request is approved, would that only leave 30 units to be developed in the remaining lands, which is now slotted for as much as 61 units? Who would be deprived of that opportunity to develop in the future? If this increase is to be considered, should we not be requesting a whole new community plan, as we are now potentially exceeding the high side of the maximum units in the approved policies? And unless I have answers that provide me with a comfort level I'll not support the increased unit request. And I certainly looked at the map, and I played amateur kind of designer in that, and I'll tell you one thing, and to be honest, it bothered me a bit. And the nickel only dropped about 3 weeks ago. When I looked at the plan where it showed all the 85-foot lots in phase 1, I know they're not shown in the showroom and sales office, but the plans we saw had 85-foot lots. But when you drive down Sunnydale Road, when it says lot sizes, it says 42, 52, and 62. It does not say 85, and nowhere is there an 85-foot lot with a model home on it. So, quite honestly, I do believe there's always an intention to come and see what we could do with more homes. And as I said, that concerns me a little bit. So at the present time, when someone tells me there's a range of 485 to 725, all I can tell you, if I go in to get a brake job done in my Jeep, and the guy says it's 485 to 725, he's not going to get a nickel more than 725 when I go in when he tells me it's 760. So I think everybody needs to work with the community. I know the lady that was speaking about the expectation of larger lots. That is not going to happen anymore, I can tell you that, unless there's pre-approved development from a number of years ago. No new developments are going to be approved. You're not going to see 2 and 3 acre lots anymore because we are trying to preserve that agricultural land. The one thing I don't have a problem with this area is that it is sand. There's not a lot of good crops that will grow there, so I have somewhat of a comfort level there. But what I've seen tonight, I want to go back, and I kind of made a flippant statement. As far as I'm concerned, there's 660 potential lots there. You got brilliant kind of planners and designers. Make it work would be my direction, but that's just my suggestion. So if anybody has a particular resolution, it sounds like someone wants to defer this to staff. Is that what we want to do?
Answer the questions.
Yeah, and answer questions, and come back hopefully at the next meeting. Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor French. I think if the intent of this council is not to approve this, should we be wasting staff time, or should we just have our decision tonight and get it done?
Well, if we don't approve something, I mean, at some point, we're gonna have to approve something, and I think we'll waste more staff time and cost more money if we don't at least defer it back, see if we can come back with a workable plan that I would expect our planning department and the developers would get together, and their planners, and maybe they'll come back with something that'll make us happy. Or they'll come back with some plan that maybe they've come up with some ideas that I haven't thought about. But in my mind, I'm just saying, I have a problem going over 725 for the entire development area. That's where my issue is.
So I give way to your expertise, sir.
Well, that's just my thinking, not my expertise. Okay, so do we have a resolution that we'd like to table? Councillor McConk, or Councillor, I guess. Okay. Just want to put Mary Allen. So we have to change, we have to close the public. Sorry, we gotta close the public meeting first, and so I'll go to Councillor Coghlan.
Your worship, before you do so, could I just,
Sorry, yes.
before you do so, I just wanted to, on behalf of Yorkwood and Tribute, to thank you for your comments this evening from the public and from you as members of council. My position to you, my professional planning position, is that the plan that I have put before you and the rezoning request is entirely appropriate for these lands. That's not to say that we're going to ignore your comments, and certainly going to take those back to Yorkwood and to Tribute, and we will be back to you with our thoughts. Thank you very much.
Good, no, and I appreciate that, and I do hope we can resolve this because we have been working well together. With that, Councillor Coghlan.
Moved by Coghlan, second by McConkie, that this public meeting of council held under Section 34 of the Planning Act for ZB 206-006 Stone Manor Operating Corp. Application is now adjourned at 7:54 p.m.
All those in favor? Carried. Now I'll go to Deputy Mayor Allen.
Moved by Allen, seconded by Ritchie, that council, having held a public meeting on zoning bylaw amendment application ZP 2016-005, Stone Manor Operating Corp., and having noted correspondence and input received, direct that the application be referred for a further report from staff.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, now on to 8.2 on our delegations and deputations, and we're going to have a presentation now from everybody's favorite agency called MPAC, and talk to us about property assessment values and other interesting information. And I just asked you to introduce yourself, because sometimes the names get really difficult when the person sits down.
No problem, Mr. Mayor. Is the mic on?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me this evening to provide you with some information on the 2016 assessment update. My name is Kellen Yilha, and I am an account manager with Municipal and Stakeholder Relations with MPAC. I'm working here in the Simcoe County area. So this evening I'm going to give a little bit of information on some of the changes that have taken place during this 2016 assessment update, provide a little bit of background on the Ontario property tax system, as well as provide you with some preliminary values for the properties. So, perfect. To start off, great. So just to give you a little bit of background on property assessment and property taxes in the province of Ontario, there's four main parties. We have the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, who determines the current value assessments and classifications for all properties in Ontario. You have the provincial government, who passes legislation, sets assessment policies, and determines education tax rates. The province also operates an independent assessment appeal tribunal, the Assessment Review Board. Then we have municipalities, who determine the revenue requirements, set municipal tax rates, and collect property taxes. And then we have the Ontario taxpayer. Ontario's assessment cycle is done in a 4 years, so the last assessment update we had was in 2012. And that's why we're coming out this year, is because we are now having our 2016 assessment update for taxation years 2017 to 2020. Just wanted to inform Council and the public that MPAC has been working harder than ever on this assessment update. We've actually started 2 years ago, so in 2014, analyzing some sales data in the area, working with your finance and taxation offices, as well as your building department, to go through analyzing the information from them to come up with the most accurate values. So that's one exciting point. And as part of that, we've actually done a lot of analysis on some of the data collection and preparation for this assessment update, using lots more information than before. More building permits, more sales reviews, looking at requests for reconsiderations that have come in the past. And for Zone 5, which encompasses Peterborough area, in Simcoe County up into Muskoka, and then out into Bruce and Grey counties, we've had a total of just over 290,000 data touch points to give us some more information. With regards to the Township of Springwater, we've had about just over 6,400 data touch points. And the importance of these data touch points is to really create more accurate values and things. So we're quite excited that we've been able to access more information and see it. The next thing I'm here to talk about is the advanced disclosure process, so increasing transparency and shared understanding around assessment values. So the province mandated MPAC to go through an advanced disclosure process for different property types, specifically special purpose properties. So those were things such as food processing plants, large manufacturing facilities, and factories. More so the more unique type of property structures where you may not be able to find a direct comparison. So developing a methodology for finding an assessment value for these properties may be a little bit more challenging than looking at some comparisons. So what we've done is working with stakeholders and different industry leaders. We have developed methodology guides for these types of properties that are now uploaded on MPAC's website, so that anybody can see the information and how we actually come to the assessed value of these properties. MPAC has actually taken that a step further and done some more in-depth analysis. And through our discussions with municipalities and other stakeholders, we've added a few other property types to the list. So we've added things such as farm silos, looking at gravel pits as well, to develop a greater understanding of the methodology, and again, working with stakeholders and municipalities. And our hope by going through this advanced disclosure process is there's lots of benefits. Benefits to the municipality and benefits for property taxpayers. So in particular, for municipalities, the idea is now we're working with the industry leaders, the property owners, to develop a methodology to assess their properties. There will be no surprises, and we'll have improved risk analysis. So with the idea that we now understand how these properties are being assessed, there will be less RFRs or requests for reconsideration or appeals moving forward. For the property taxpayer, they're now a part of the process, so they're able to be at the table and discuss how they believe these properties should be assessed. So again, no surprises, they're a part of the process. It's an opportunity also to provide feedback. So now getting into more of the details of the actual property assessment for the 2016 update. So as most of us probably already have received in the mail, on April 4th, the residential property notices were mailed out to residents. And these particular property assessment notices were only for residential properties of something called the RT partition or RT tax class. So if there were properties that had a farm component to it, or possibly somewhere in some of your main streets, there was commercial on the bottom floor and residential up top, those notices have not gone out yet. They will be going out in the fall. So the ones that have gone out currently are single-family homes, condos, and waterfront properties. Farm property assessment notices will be going out on October 11th, and the multi-residential and business notices will be going out on October 18th. So what MPAC has done this year is we've staggered the release of these property assessment notices throughout the entire province. To go into a bit more detail on the actual residential experience, as those are the only property assessment notices that have been released, I will provide a little bit of detail about the property assessment notice itself. So MPAC has actually gone through different stakeholder groups, working with property owners and other stakeholders to redesign our property assessment notice to make it easier to understand and providing more information for property owners. I'll highlight a few of the changes that we have made. So one important thing is we have property assessment notice in the top right-hand corner, and we did this because we know that this year they'll be getting their property assessment notices for the 2017 and 2020 taxation years, but they'll also be getting a tax bill for the 2016 tax year. So we wanted to make sure when they did receive this notice in the mail that they knew it was a property assessment notice and not a tax bill. The other thing we have added also is an issue date for the specific municipality, and for this area it was April 4th. The other thing I wanted to highlight was, as I said before, there will be 2016 taxation tax bills going out this year. We wanted to make sure that they had the 2012 value, so people, when they do get their tax bill and their property assessment notice, the 2016 value will not be comparable to what their 2016 tax bill is, because that 2016 value is for the 2017-2020 tax years. So we've included the 2012 CVA, which will show on their tax bill for 2016. Another change is the RFR process, so the request for reconsideration. Due to Bill 144, the process has now, the deadline for filing is 120 days from the issue date. So from April 4th, property owners who have received property assessment notices will have 120 days to file a request for reconsideration, so that brings us to August 2nd of this year. So they will have to file a request for reconsideration for the 2017 tax year by this August 2nd, 2016. And this has been a change, and we are aware of that. So what we've been doing is going out to different areas, providing more information. We are looking to go into the community in Springwater Township to provide more information to residents about this change. We have sent information to your to the Finance and Taxation Department with some FAQs and information for your website as well, but we're really getting out there to inform residents of this change. This change was also done to hopefully help municipalities have a more stable role by year end. So by having this 120-day period for filing an RFR, our hope is that MPAC will be able to provide municipalities with a more stable role by year end. The other thing on the property assessment notice that we're really trying to make sure the residents know about is to go on aboutmyproperty.ca. We have redesigned aboutmyproperty.ca, as I'll show in the next couple of slides, to make it much more user-friendly and provide more data, which is the most important thing. So what we've actually done is we've provided a section called Market Trends on the website, which you can see right at the top under the toolbar, that people are able to access information about their neighborhood and actually not have to log into the system, but they can see neighborhood trends and the percentages of increasing throughout the township. If they'd like to see more detailed information, they can put their PIN into the user ID at your location and access their more detailed information on their property specific. So how we came about their assessment, they can also look at comparable properties, which they can now select. Oop, jumped a few ahead. Perfect. Resolving any assessment concerns. So what we're saying is a few different steps. So the question we want our property owners to ask themselves, could they have sold their property for the assessed value on January 1st, 2016? And if they could, then the value is correct. If they have questions about their value, they can then go on to aboutmyproperty.ca, like I said before, to access some of these market trends, or then log in and actually see how their property was assessed. Analyze the information we have on file for their property to ensure that it is all correct. If they still have questions, please contact MPAC. We will be able to help answer their questions. If they would like, we can meet them in the Barrie MPAC office, or if it is of interest to council or to staff, we can always come out to the municipal office and meet with residents if there are questions and concerns. The next step is to file a request for reconsideration and make sure it is submitted before that deadline date of August 2nd. And then the step after that is to file an appeal with the Assessment Review Board. And there is the contact information for MPAC. The other thing I wanted to touch on, which we're also excited about, is our engagement with municipalities. So we've been working hard on giving municipalities a better tool to analyze their assessment base. So we've been redesigning Municipal Connect, and we are looking to offer some training to staff in the area about using this brand new tool, which will hopefully help people and municipalities to analyze their assessment base, know what assessment is at risk by looking at some of the RFRs or appeals that are in the area, or accessing more property-specific information. We've also redesigned our brochures for our 2016 assessment update that I provided several of them to council. We have sent them out to the municipality as well, and we'll be providing more to the municipality if they'd like to get them out to other facilities. But we have redesigned them. People can also access them on our website. The other exciting thing we've done is we've developed a municipal toolkit, which has all kinds of information, answering questions that property owners may have, and we provided this municipal toolkit to staff at the municipality. Another thing MPAC has done is we've created several great YouTube videos that provide some excellent information on property assessment in general, and if property owners have questions on how their properties were assessed. Now we'll get into some preliminary market trends. So looking at this section of aboutmyproperty.ca, they are in this section, they put in their address, their city, their township, and up comes this map. And then this map will provide some high-level information on the right-hand side, and then the actual map portion is interactive. So you're able to go to the neighborhood that you live in or neighborhood that you're interested in, hover over one of those bubbles, and you'll be able to access lots more information on the number of properties that are in that location, what the average percentage increase from the 2016 to 2017 tax year was, and so on. Now just to give some numbers for the Springwater Township, and we have used the comparison in Simcoe County. So for the overall residential, we have 4.3% in Simcoe County, and the Township of Springwater, 4.6%. For single-family residential homes, it was 4.8% average across Simcoe County, and the Township of Springwater was 4.5%. Condominiums in the Township of Springwater was 1.3%, and waterfront was 2.1%. Now to get into some numbers and what these numbers mean. So for the single-family residential, it's an increase of $64,000 over the 4-year period. So in the cases of an increase, that amount is phased in over the 4-year term at an equal rate over the 4-year period. So for every year, they'd be paying approximately $16,000, and it would grow until they get to that final value of 404. For condominiums, it's $13,000 that would be phased over the 4-year period. Waterfront, $32,000 to their totals of $253,500 and $374. And again, these are the averages looking at, there are some other homes that maybe have not increased as much and some have increased more, but this map here provides lots more. We're going very fast. I apologize. Ooh. Anyways, if you go onto the map, you'll be able to access lots more information on using those bubbles. Thank you so much, and are there any questions?
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Thank you to you, Deputy Mayor French. I'm excited about this Municipal Connects. During the last election, we depended upon MPAC, I believe, for voter lists that we use for electronic voting and electronic voting card information. And we found it was significantly incorrect in a lot of areas. And my hope and understanding is that MPAC would help us be able to get more accurate lists of occupants of residents. Is this something that Municipal Connects is going to help us with for the next election in 2018, potentially?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Municipal Connect currently, we're just kind of using it kind of in beta form, and we're staging it. Currently, we're really focusing on training finance and taxation staff, as with regards to the 2016 assessment update, as it is the predominant tool that MPAC does use to provide information to municipalities. I believe that is the way we will be going, is to use Municipal Connect and ensure that is a good tool for providing information such as that.
Thank you.
Councillor Hannan.
Thank you. I want to ask you a technical question. I want to ask you some of the misconceptions people have, like if you have to have one of your inspectors come and go through the house. I've heard it said, if you don't have doors on your basement, if it's not finished, you don't have to pay the upkeep, I guess, or the increase in taxes, the assessment. My question to you is there any tips that I can pass on to people that are trying to avoid paying you as much money as they want, or result of your request?
Through Mr. Mayor, we get a lot of information through the municipality itself. We get information through the building permit process. So any improvements that are taking place in homes and in residents' homes, we get that information through the building permit process, and we do on-site visits on occasion, depending on if we need to go out to the property to do a full inspection. If there is a request for reconsideration, or the property owner would like to file a request for reconsideration, and through that process, we do come out to inspect people's houses on occasion as well. So we do go out, we are in the community, and we do get information through the municipality as much as possible.
I've had to visit, the lady was very nice. I don't need it again, thank you.
Put your doors on now.
Any other questions? I just have a couple. I think at the Over Roma, there was a discussion concerned about assessment of gravel pits, and that is the policy changing, or how are you assessing it? Because it sounded like in some municipalities, if they change the assessment methodology, they could be getting a lot lower kind of tax dollars. Do you have any comment on gravel aggregate operations?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as stated during my presentation, the gravel pits has been added to the advanced disclosure process. So MPAC is working with property owners and industry leaders to design a methodology, a new methodology for providing a assessment on these properties. I believe it is still currently being finalized, so the methodology hasn't been uploaded to our website yet, but once it is, we will make sure that municipalities are informed that the methodology has been finalized and has been uploaded if there's any questions.
Okay. Councillor Cogburn.
Thank you. Jimmy Mayor French, are you able to go back to this slide where it had the typical assessment values and it was the percentages? I didn't have my glasses on, so is that from 2016 to 2017 in comparison? So not from the 2012 assessment. So that's not actually showing us the percentage of the total increase now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is only showing from 2016 taxation year to 2017 taxation year. So to get an accurate idea of how it will increase over the period of 4 years, you'd have to multiply that by 4. So, but this next slide here is that multiplied by 4. So that, for instance, for the single-family residential, 4.5% times 4 would equate to a $64,000 increase, and that's what we're showing on this slide here.
Councillor McConkey.
I would just like clarification on how the assessments are done on new home builds. So I heard before that sometimes an assessment can take a while, like someone will build a new home and they're paying really low on taxes because the assessed value really hasn't triggered in yet. So I guess I'm trying to look at a brand new subdivision and saying, okay, so how do you determine and how long does it take to determine what the assessed value would be, and when can, you know, when the municipality is really collecting the full amount?
Through Mr. Mayor, so with regards to new builds or any type of improvements that are taking place, we get this information through your building permit process, as well as information from the municipality on when these homes are being occupied. At that stage, we then will go out and assess the property. But if you know that there are developments coming up that we should be out getting, if they've been finished being built, please let us know, and I will pass it on to our evaluation staff. We are in the community as much as possible, but seeing as you do live here on a day-to-day, everyday basis, you have the most information at your fingertips. So please let us know if there are developments that have been finished and have been occupied. But as much as possible, we are in the community getting this information on through the building permits as well as local knowledge from our assessors.
Okay, and I'm going to go to our Director of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through members of council. We actually have had MPAC, Kayla in actually within the last couple of weeks to discuss that exact comment that you made with regards to new development. So we are trying to make sure that MPAC is aware of the new developments that are happening in the township to ensure that our assessment roll is up to date and accurate. And if I may at this time speak to Councillor Hannah's comments, we want to make sure that the assessment is right so that we collect the right amount of taxes, because that has a direct impact on taxation revenue.
You get my share, sir.
George on John.
Actually, that brings about a good question. I mean, it's pretty easy to assess a new homes, because we just talked about a development. Stone Manor Woods, we know exactly what they sell for to the penny. And my understanding is that value for assessment purposes is, you know, willing seller, willing buyer. So would that sale price become the assessed value?
Great question, Mr. Mayor. So what we'll do is we'll analyze lots of market trends and sales taking place. We actually look over a period of time, so one sale does not necessarily mean that that's what the assessed value could possibly be. We have to do a lot of in-depth analysis on this sale as well. As you said, it has to be a good sale. It can't be something potentially that there was a bidding war involved, that people have increased the prices because, so maybe that would be not a true reflection of the market, or potentially people were looking to sell their home at a quicker rate, so they've dropped the price. So what MPAC does is looks to put the current value of the property on. So we'll look at sales data, which will help guide us in this direction. Then we have to look at the sales data to ensure that it is a good sale and it can be used as comparable information. We'll also look at comparable properties as well in the area, so we'll see other properties that are similar, in a similar setting, in a similar area, and look at that value as well.
I guess using that example, there's 250 homes sold in there and multiple numbers of each. Would that not represent the fair value for that particular area? And assuming it does for a moment, and however that's factored. Now, in a new home, so let's assume for the sake of argument you assess it at $500,000. Now, how do you step that one in? Because it's supposed to step in 4 years. How do you reduce that by a percentage to get it up to the 500,000 value at the end of the 4-year period? Curious how you do that.
Mr. Mayor, that's a great question. I apologize. I'm not a valuation staff member, but what I can do is bring that back to the office and get a follow-up and bring it through staff. I can provide a response through staff, possibly in a memo format, and give you that answer. But I apologize. I don't have that at my fingertips.
No, because I'm assuming that you don't pay the full value from day one because everybody else steps in. No, I was just curious how you would do it, but because when you looked at this, like that other slide there with the percentage, because we know that's 2016 to 17. So are you saying if I really wanted to roughly figure out what it was in 2012, I just multiply those numbers by 4?
Mr. Mayor, to find out what the value is in 2016, you'd multiply by 4. So what happens is the values, so from 2012 to 2016, the total value has increased
Yeah.
to that amount.
Right.
So for 2012, the value would have been on the previous assessment update, but this is what the value is as of 2016, it's 404.
So it's roughly 6-7%, 6.5%. Okay, good, okay. Any other questions? Councillor Ritchie?
Thank you, Mayor French. I'm a realtor by trade, and quite often, like today when I was doing a presentation there, the assessed value of the property is $278,000. And I see if it went on the market, it'd probably go on at $269 or less. So quite often you sell properties that are less than the assessed value. The new people that buy that, do they have an avenue to go back to you people and have it reassessed and brought down? Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, so through the request for reconsideration process, they're able to do that. If they have any questions on their assessment, please give MPAC a call. Like we said before, if they have questions about myproperty.ca is much more user-friendly now and can provide a lot more information. If property owners would like, the best thing to do is to go on aboutmyproperty.ca and analyze the information we have on file for that property. There could have been some buildings have been removed or something has changed in that property, and that is another avenue that maybe the valuation may be different. But if residents have questions, they go through the RFR process, request reconsideration process, and we will look at that assessed value.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions. I guess Councillor Hannah.
Moved by Hannah, second on a copy of the presentation of the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation be received.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. That was very good information.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Now we have a deputation on our long-term financial. I invite Stefan to come up, and I'm not even going to try this last night. You want to take that to
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chetranovich is the correct pronunciation, but I won't hold you to it. If I could just also welcome my colleague Christopher Ballette at my office. This council hasn't seen Christopher before, but he's been working very hard with me on this project, and now that we have a report with lots of numbers in it in play, he could potentially be very useful to me with certain questions that I may be receiving this evening. So the purpose of today's update is to do a follow-up presentation of the results of the long-range financial plan that we've been working on for the township. You'll remember that we made a presentation to you about 6 weeks ago in February on the current financial condition of the township. We made some comparisons with other municipalities, and we sort of went through the current budget and the breakdown of your current expenditures and revenues. And we also talked a little bit about the socio-economic and demographic conditions that are going to drive future changes to your expenditures and revenues, with particular reference to 3 growth forecast scenarios that are being used to test the impact of the Midhurst development in the Midhurst secondary plan area, which is an important element of this plan. So today we want to focus on the financial planning model that we've developed for the municipality and the major assumptions that underpin the model. The model is going to provide us with a 20-year snapshot of changes to your operating costs and your capital expenditures and the overall financial impact of those changes in operating and capital expenditures on the township under each of those 3 scenarios. I presented these results in somewhat expanded form to your Finance and Audit Committee at the beginning of last month. So this is a condensed form of a similar presentation, I'm going to focus a little bit more this evening on what to do with the results rather than the mechanics of how we got to the numbers. But of course, I'm happy to answer any questions about the latter. I'm going to have the same issue that others have had, I think, with this device. The financial forecast then extends over a 20-year period. 2016 is the base year in the model, and 2035 is the final year. The model is a comprehensive one in that we are looking at financial impacts in their totality. We're looking at impacts on capital as well as operating, and we've accounted for both the impact of growth and development on capital and operating expenditures, as well as the obligations the township has for managing its existing expenditures and capital assets. And importantly, we are doing to some extent, a comparative analysis of 3 growth scenarios. And because we're doing a comparative analysis and we want to understand the impacts specifically of growth and development, although inflationary pressures will exert themselves on expenditures and revenues, we've excluded inflation from the modeling. The model is structured to test the impacts of inflation, but for the purposes of the results you see tonight, inflation is excluded. On the operating, when we look at the operating forecast, you'll see in our report that we distinguish between 2 types of changes to operating expenditures. Operating expenditures, as you know, are your day-to-day expenditures, the expenditures that are perpetual and that change fairly gradually from one year to the next. And the model reflects changes in operating expenditures in response to growth pattern changes by looking at how the expenditures change in response to the township just getting bigger, the so-called volume-driven costs. So as population increases, the more you need to provide services to more people, your expenditures will increase in direct relationship to the amount of people or jobs or homes or whatever is considered to be the driver of those expenditures. At the same time, you will periodically be building new facilities and new infrastructure, and those costs don't tend to increase in a volumetric way. They tend to arrive suddenly. When you open, for example, a new library or a recreation facility, you will see an operating expenditure spike in the year that facility opens. You hire a bunch of staff and you have to start paying their wages. You'll see an immediate shock to the budget when that occurs. So the model also accounts for what are referred to as capital-induced expenditure changes as well. And they're modeled quite separately. The operating portion of the forecast also accounts for portions of your operating budget that's funded from taxes that is used to fund capital expenditures. That includes financing and funding projects that occur in the year in which taxes are raised. It also includes contributions you make to reserves and reserve funds, repayments on debt obligations, and to the extent that you have to finance growth-related works, a portion of which you can't fund through development charges, but you have to fund through taxes. The model also accounts for those portion of growth-related costs that are ineligible for development charge funding. For each growth scenario, we've developed a 20-year capital program. The program distinguishes between capital that is growth-related, triggered by new development under each scenario, and in some cases is eligible for development charge funding. The forecast also includes an array of projects that are required to maintain your existing capital assets in a state of good repair, including the repair and maintenance of facilities, and making provision for the eventual replacement of facilities when they get to the end of their useful life. It includes a number of expansions to recreation facilities, although I should point out that it does not include all of the capital that have been identified in your draft recreation master plan. We'll go into what projects are included, but it does not incorporate all of those projects that you may have seen in previous weeks in that plan. And the model also accounts for all the different funding sources for capital, development charges for sure, when and how you're going to draw on reserves and reserve funds to pay for capital. As I mentioned earlier, capital contributions from the property tax base, when you will be taking out debt to pay, or you may need to take out debt to pay for facility expansion. It also accounts for grants and subsidies that you may receive, including gas tax subsidies, and to the extent that we are fairly certain about contributions that you will receive from landowners, in particularly to pay for roads, water, and wastewater services for the development in the Midhurst Secondary Plan area. Those contributions have also been included in the model as well. This is a list of the major capital projects that are in each of the scenarios here, so I'm not going to go through them all, but we can refer back to them as we move through the presentation. So the services to which they relate and the project on the left. The percentages in the middle where it says BTE share is the extent to which these projects can be paid for by development charges. So if it's 0%, that means it's eligible for full development charge funding. If it is anything greater than 0, then that represents the extent to which it must be funded from another source, which is almost certainly going to be your property taxes. The timing of the projects under each of the scenarios, you'll see that for most of the projects, they will be required under all scenarios, although in key instances, the timing will be different. And in some cases, for example, this additional fire station under the high scenario in the Midhurst area is only required in the high scenario. And again, the costs are on the right here. Got it. About a year ago, towards the beginning of this process, we were provided with what were referred to at the time as base parameters by which we would be running this model. And these base parameters were approved by council, and they included parameters that addressed how much money we were to assume would be set aside in your tax rate stabilization reserves. That's a reserve that is used in order to manage the ups and downs of the impact on the tax rates. So if there's a substantial impact on the tax rate in any one year, the township can draw upon that reserve in order to lower that shock. And similarly, in years when you're running a surplus, you will make a contribution to that reserve. So we were instructed to maintain that reserve at least 10% of the tax levy requirement throughout the 20 years under each scenario. When it came to capital reserves that are used to manage your existing assets, we were instructed to increase your current levels of contribution in order to address the infrastructure deficit that had been identified in your asset management plan. And I'll speak a little bit about how we've done that in a few slides. There were restrictions that were put on the level of debt the township was willing to entertain under each scenario. So we'll get into what those are in a few slides as well. But there are limits on the amount of debt payments in any one year, the terms of debt that you're willing to take on, and what kinds of projects debt could be used for. And I just point out that we have used debt to finance development charge related projects, provided that they were paid back through development charges. And there were also parameters put under rates, fees, and charges that were really a reflection of the current levels of recovery that you have in those areas of revenue generation. So I'm going to show you now the 20-year operating projection. This is under the low scenario. So just as a reminder, the low growth scenario is a scenario where really no development or very little development occurs at all within the Midhurst secondary plan area. So it's really a continuation of existing and proposed development within your existing settlement areas. And the blue line represents the rate at which expenditures are going to increase over the 20-year period in response to volumetric changes in population and employment and homes and the rest of it. And the orange bars represent those operating expenditures that will arise from the implementation of new facilities. So you can see in 2020, under this scenario, the capital program includes a project for phase 1 of a multipurpose recreation complex and phase 1 of a library branch in Midhurst. That in and of itself, those expenditures will trigger operating costs that are reflected in the orange bar there. This is the outlook for operating expenditures under the medium growth scenario. So again, the blue line is the volume-induced expenditures, and you can see here that those sort of take off in around 2021, and the reason for that is under the medium scenario, there is a substantial amount of growth now being anticipated in the Midhurst secondary plan area, and it really takes off in 2021. So that's when those expenditures start to move upwards quite dramatically, at least with in comparison to the low scenario. You can see also that we are still assuming that the phase 1 of the rec complex and the library will proceed in the medium scenario, although they'll be a little bit earlier in 2019 and 2020 rather than all in 2020. And moreover, in 2028, we reach a sort of a population threshold which triggers a whole bunch of additional recreation and library needs. Phase 2 of the rec complex, an indoor pool, and phase 2 of the library as well. And this is the same for the high scenario. Again, similar story. The blue line reflects the fact that the high scenario is now a much more rapid pace of growth in the Midhurst secondary plan area. Again, sort of taking off from 2021 and continuing on a fairly steady trajectory to 2034, it should be 2035, the last bar is missing on this one. But again, phase 1 of the library and the rec complex proceeding again as they are in the low scenario, but a little bit earlier to reflect the need being a little bit earlier. And then we have these investments in recreation, for example, in 2025, which are still there under the medium, but are a little bit earlier under the high. There are, of course, other projects here, but we just wanted to highlight some of the major ones that are driving these. When we look at capital under the low scenario, the capital program over the 20 years is estimated to be about $113 million. And you can see the distribution of the investments. You see the spike in 2020 that I mentioned earlier. Everything in blue is eligible for development charge funding, and the model assumes that you will continue to impose development charges to the maximum permissible under the legislation, so that you will fund everything in blue through development charges to the extent that you can. Everything in orange then must be tax funded. This is the picture under the medium scenario, so $153 million of investment now. Again, you see the spikes in 2019 and 20, and then again in 2028. And then in 2034, there is another one, which is the reflection of the need for a new ice pad that's been identified at $5 million. And then under the high scenario, again, a similar picture to the medium, but accelerated. The model also assumes that, as I say, you will increase your level of contributions from the tax base to set aside money in reserves and reserve funds to manage your capital assets in a state of good repair. So what we have assumed is that you will continue at a minimum to maintain the current contributions you make to capital reserves of about $1.5 million a year. You will continue to impose a capital infrastructure levy equivalent to 1% of the previous year's tax levy. So that will increase and compound as you move forward and the tax levy gets bigger. That represents at the end of the period, especially under the medium and high scenarios, a substantial amount of investment, of contributions, I should say. And then over and above those, we have assumed that you will increase your rate of contributions both to address funding needs as they arise, as well as contributing to whittle down the infrastructure deficit, as we say, as I said, that was identified in your asset management plan. As I mentioned earlier, when it comes to the tax rate stabilization reserve, there's a council-directed target of maintaining that at least 10% of the tax levy on any given year, under all scenarios. We have assumed that the township will need to issue debt for a number of substantial projects, particularly, in fact, for the Phase 1 and Phase 2 multipurpose rec complex, the indoor pool, and Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the library. The debt term we've assumed is 20 years, which is in line with the instructions we received. The table here shows which portion of that debt will be eligible for funding, eventual funding from development charges, and which would be the responsibility of the property tax funding base, and then the timing of each of those debenture issues, which is typically the year or the year before the construction of these facilities it goes ahead. So $21.8 million of debt under the low scenario, just over $47 million in debt under the medium scenario, and an equivalent amount under the high scenario. As I say, we were instructed to ensure that debt payments as a percentage of the revenue that you raise yourself, that is revenue excluding grants and subsidies, debt payments as a percentage of your own source revenue was kept at or below 10% under each scenario over the next 20 years. And you can see the three colored lines at the bottom there. That is the debt level that arises from all of those debt issuances on the previous slide. So we have been able to keep that below the 10% in under all scenarios over the next 20 years. I should point out that the 10% level is well below the provincial limit that's imposed on municipalities, which is 25% of debt payments as a percentage of own source revenue. The other limit on debt that we were asked to follow was to maintain your debt payments at or below 10% of the net property tax levy on any given year over the next 20 years. We have been unable to keep to this parameter. I think our sense was that we wanted to show you the impact. It was more important to show you the impact of taking on that level of debt for those facilities with reference to this parameter, rather than try and keep it below because we're going to come back to the issue of debt, I'm sure, when we get to the end of this presentation. But suffice to say that there are key periods, lengthy periods under each scenario where this particular parameter is not maintained, assuming the debt for all of those facilities I just mentioned. What I'm going to show you then over the next couple of slides is what we sort of refer to as the funding gap that arises under each scenario. And what the funding gap represents is the difference between, on any given year, what the township would be required to fund from its property taxpayers, from the property tax levy, and what you would raise in property taxes if you kept your current tax rate in place. Okay, so you didn't make any change to your current tax rate, what would you raise? And then what would you be required to raise given all the expenditures that I've just discussed? So this is the low scenario. The blue line represents what you need to raise from property taxes moving forward over the next 20 years. And the orange line represents what you would raise if you kept your current tax rate in place. You can see immediately that in the early years, the funding gap is quite substantial. You reach a point of stability around 2031, and after that, in fact, you continue at a period where the levy requirement is in fact less than what you would raise under your current tax rates. The gray bars represent the gap as it accumulates over the period. So you can see that 2017 to 2020 to 2021, it ramps up quite substantially. It continues to ramp up till about 2028 when it begins to level off. And as I say, when you reach that sort of point of stability in 2031, it starts to whittle away and move down. But by the end of 2035, that theoretical deficit is still there. It's a similar story under the medium scenario. Again, you have a situation in the early years where the gap is quite wide. It is perpetuated throughout the period until you reach a sort of a period of stability between 2031 and 2032, whereby things sort of improve and appear to be sort of improving at a faster rate than under the low scenario. But again, that deficit compounds itself over the period, so that even by 2035, when you're in that period of stability, you have, theoretically at any rate, are still carrying a deficit that was created in the early part of the period. And the funding gap under the high scenario, again, in the early years, it's a similar picture at the same time, but the stability is not achieved until really the back end of the 20-year period, and the sort of theoretical deficit as a result doesn't really get eaten into in any significant way over the next 20 years. So those are the gaps. How do we deal with them? The report that we released in advance of this meeting touched very lightly on the question of what the gap means and what to do about it. That was done purposefully because this process is not over yet. We will be coming back to Council with a set of policies that for you to consider that are going to address some of these issues. But I'd like to talk a little bit about, without preempting what those policies are, I'd like to talk a little bit about the sort of the range of options that might be available to deal with this. But first of all, I just want to reiterate my message that I gave in February, and that is that the current financial condition of the township is very good. You have a very solid assessment base. It is somewhat heavy on the residential side of things, but it is solid, and it will certainly grow and grow substantially under both, particularly under the medium and the high growth scenarios. You have comparatively healthy reserves when we compare you to municipalities elsewhere in Simcoe County, and comparatively low levels of debt. So your starting point is a very good one. The funding gap exists under all of the scenarios, and the funding gap arises from those investments in what we might call the soft services, the recreation, the library, the fire, and some roads. And a lot of pressure is brought to bear in the short term under all scenarios. It lasts longest under the high scenario. And the medium and the low scenarios reach that period of stability earlier than the high. And I think it's fair to say that when we look at that sort of that accumulating deficit, the medium scenario in addressing that deficit affords the greatest opportunity to close that gap over the long term. How do we eliminate the gap in the early years, and how do we deal with the long-term accumulation of that deficit? Well, the first option obviously is to borrow more. Borrowing would of course allow you to distribute some of the costs that are creating the gap in the early years over a longer period of time into the future, and indeed to the extent that you borrowed for 20-year terms at the midpoint over the next 20 years, some of those costs would be pushed beyond 2035, the period that we're looking at. So that is certainly an option, is to increase your level of debt. The only comment I would make about that is that municipalities in this province tend to be fairly debt averse. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but it is a very difficult in a fast-growing municipality, particularly in a municipality that goes from very low levels of growth to very high levels of growth in a very short space of time, to avoid debt. And you will see when we bring back the policies in June to you that there are a number of municipalities, even in Simcoe County, that have taken on debt to a higher degree than we have worked with under these base parameters. I was at council in the town of Innisfil a few weeks ago. They have an approved policy of 20% of own source revenue. Although I was in a position to tell them at the time that they could probably reduce that. So that's certainly one option. The second option is to recognize that a lot of what's going on is that you have substantial expenditures, particularly on capital items, that are taking place in advance of the growth and development actually occurring. That's in some respects unavoidable, but for certain services there's a little more flexibility about when you provide these facilities. So obviously you cannot build homes without the sort of the water pipes in the ground, but there is more flexibility as to when you provide ice rinks and libraries and pools. So the second option is of course to delay the spending on those capital works. And that would allow you to allow a certain amount of growth and development to occur, use the revenues that are generated from it to put into reserves so that when those expenditures are required, your reserves are in a healthier picture than perhaps we've been able to model here. The third is to recognize perhaps that the township does not have the financial capacity to do this on its own, and that it therefore needs a partner in order to provide these facilities. And here we enter a whole range of different options, so I'll just touch on a few of them this evening. The first is obviously that you are situated next to a very large, fast-growing municipality by way of the city of Barrie that has a fairly sophisticated level of, and a high investment in services, sophisticated levels of service and scope of services. And so there are opportunities for intermunicipal partnerships, both with Barrie itself and with perhaps other neighboring municipalities, particularly with respect to perhaps under the medium or high scenarios when you may be, you may need to expand, for example, transit routes into the Midhurst secondary plan area. Or you might need to cooperate on the delivery of fire services with other municipalities. So certainly intermunicipal partnerships is something that's quite common throughout the province and through Canada, and it's certainly something that perhaps could be dealt with for the sum of the services. The other option is to look at partnerships, particularly for the recreation complex, with private sector providers like the YMCA. And there's some very good examples of municipalities entering into YMCA types of relationships for rec facilities and rinks and that sort of thing. So a whole range of public-private partnerships, both for financing and for also delivering services, are open to you and may alleviate these issues. And the third thing is partnerships with developers. This could be by way of cost-sharing agreements. It could be agreements whereby developers would pay for a service or a facility and then be paid back at a later date from the development charges that you receive from their development as it occurs, so-called front-end financing arrangements. So partnerships, certainly an option. The fourth, perhaps unpalatable, but certainly needs mentioning, and that is tax increases. Tax increases occur and are sometimes unavoidable, particularly in fast-growing municipalities, as I say. So that's certainly something that needs to be on the table. And finally, to the extent that there is a portion, or a substantial portion of the revenue that you raise that comes from non-tax sources, there will certainly be policies that we provide to you that make recommendations about user fees and possible opportunities for increasing user fees in certain areas. And certainly under some of the scenarios, they should trigger a review of development charge rates as well. Because we have assumed in the modeling that the current rates will be in place. And under any scenario, what we see is that those will need to be changed if you're going to, as we say, we assume that a large portion of this is eligible for development charge funding. I think, yes. So just in terms of next steps, here we are today on April the 20th. We have engaged, we've had a lot of engagement with a range of stakeholders during this process, and it's certainly appropriate to bring these results to them, and we would like to do that fairly soon, perhaps in early or mid-May, and use the feedback we receive from them to inform the development of policies that we can bring to your Finance and Audit Committee in late May, and use the feedback we get from that committee to present the final financial plan and a set of policies for Council's consideration and approval in mid-June. So thank you very much, and very happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, who would like to start with some questions? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mayor French. I really don't have a question, Steph, I just want to say it was a very balanced report. I think that all of our taxpayers should go online and they should read this. And the thing that I liked about your report, it pointed out, and it should point out to all our residents, those who have had the misconception that the growth in the southern part of the Springwater Township is going to be a cash cow for new arenas and pools and so on, and the taxpayers aren't going to be impacted by it. I think this report is balanced and points that out, that there's going to be a cost for capital expenditures and the services we're going to have to provide in the future. And I think that was very good that you put all that out there, so thank you.
Okay.
You want to go last?
Well, it doesn't mean that Councillor Congo.
All right, through you, Mayor French. I just had a question. When you were calculating, focusing more on page like 29, back when you get to look at what the tax levy goes from and to, when you're calculating the debt, what percentage of debt are you using to calculate over the 20 years?
Through Mr. Mayor, do you mean the interest rate?
Yes, sorry.
This is why I have Christopher with me. Do you remember?
Through the mayor, I believe it was 3 1/4. That's not check. We have to check on that, but I believe it was about around 3.25%. Recognizing that interest rates today are a bit lower, but they will increase over time. Through discussions with staff, we've decided that that would be an appropriate measure for the debt level.
And then also, when we look at this, I'm often curious if you take the gross capital expenditures and you move them later, like it's all about timing to be responsible. I'm just curious if there's a way to have those answers, like what would the impact be, how would this change for us, and understanding that interest rates, we can't predict them, but you know, it is less expensive now than it has typically been in years past. Just to get an idea of, you know, just because we do get that question from people often is, why are we doing it now? What does it look like if we do it later? And I'm not in your position, I don't know them how to calculate that for residents, so I would like to have an understanding of that. And then my last question was, taking a look again at the overall, like 20 years, when you look at, you know, our 9.7% tax levy today, and then moving forward to the medium growth of the 24%, that really hit me, and it was just this massive number, and I just couldn't believe that we were going to be taking on something like that. So I wanted to get a better understanding of it, and I looked back. Well, I didn't personally do it, but I found out that in 1998 our tax levy was 3.1 million. So the increase from now until what we're projecting, it's actually the same increase. So if we're going from, because to me it looked like this massive shock, and it was something that, you know, I really wanted to get a handle of. But if you look back 20 years, we've increased by, you know, 3 times. And if we move forward now with everything that we're projecting to do and everything that we're going to bring to the municipality, it's consistent with the last 20 years. So that was very interesting to me.
Good.
So,
Deputy Mayor Allen.
thank you, Mayor French. Very good report, Stefan. It's always a pleasure to have you and your firm deliver reports, and each one we learn more. If we look at the report on page 22, the table 6 of assessed values, I know there was some previous discussion. Are those assessed values as reflected, agreed upon? This is page 22 of the report that was attached.
On the agenda.
In the report.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So these reflect the assessed value of new homes, both homes that are going to be located outside the Midhurst Secondary Plan area as well as within the Midhurst Secondary Plan area. They are the same assessed values that we presented to the Finance and Audit Committee 6 weeks ago. They do not represent values that have been agreed upon with the Midhurst landowners group, so we have not had quote-unquote sign-off on them. They still represent an area of, well, they do not represent a consensus, shall we say, between ourselves and the Midhurst landowners group.
Page 22.
Page 22. Pages are, no, keep going back up. You see the page on the top. Okay, all right, so that answers that question. So when we go to the gaps, the funding gaps, exhibit 26, 27, and 28, under the low, medium, and high, we've talked about the fact that the timing of the capital, major capital additions will impact obviously on the gap, and those possibly could be deferred or smoothed out or spread out. I'm interested in your reaction to the flexibility to be able to do that and the impact that might have on other aspects of the model. But I'm also interested in, when you see the cumulative deficit at 27 to $30 million, depending on the scenario, how would that get reduced, paid off? I mean, it's either debt, it's those last things that you showed. So it's either debt, it's higher DCs, it's getting the developers to pay, and you talked about a financing and a repayment. Would it be realistic to approach the developers to be paying a greater portion of that to reduce the amount of that deficit? And, I mean, how would we, as a township, deal with reducing and/or eliminating that deficit eventually?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as you say, there are a range of options for dealing with it. And I should stress, that this is a very theoretical concept, this concept of a deficit, because of course municipalities can't run deficits. This would never actually occur. You prohibit under the Municipal Act from doing that sort of thing. So this is a very sort of theoretical concept. But when it comes to the front-end financing arrangements that municipalities would have with developers, those are relatively common, and the terms and conditions under which those are struck vary enormously. And there are provisions under the Development Charges Act that under which formal front-ending agreements can be struck, by which a developer would pay for a growth-related project to allow it to proceed, and then be reimbursed at a later date through the development charge revenues that the township would collect and then funnel back to the developer to pay them back for their investment. Most front-end financing arrangements, or they're referred to as service and new agreements or credit refund agreements, there's a whole range of terminology here. Most of those agreements are struck outside the Development Charge Act framework. I've worked with a number of municipalities to develop those sorts of things, but basically that's how they work, is that some credit or refund would be paid back to the developer for their investment in cases where the municipality is either unable or unwilling to pay for something itself.
Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor French. In regards to development charges, I just want to back up for a minute. The values in the area has been really jumping in the last couple of years. I'm a realtor myself, and when we get our stats every quarter, every month from the board, from the Berrien District Real Estate Board, when we look at the values, how it's jumped, like about $450,000 home sold last year, it's now hitting 500. We've really seen a lot of jumping. So my question is, when I look at that, when I look at the development charges in other municipalities, like Berrien, like Innisfil, that's a lot more than ours. We've become a very attractive target as far as having a cheap development charge. And I'm wondering out loud here, should we be going back and taking a look at those development charges to see if we can't increase them, given the amount of infrastructure that we have to put in place, given the fact that the market has been very warm, to accommodate that increase and be absorbed and passed on. Maybe we're missing the boat on this. Maybe we should be looking at it. We're looking at a lot of debt. We need to look at all our cards as to where we can get this funding. And myself, I look at development charges. Obviously, it's passed on to the buyer. But my question is, can we go back and take a look at that and increase those development charges?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, as somebody who worked on your previous development charge study, I can tell you that right now, the development charges that you have in place are the maximum charges that you could impose under the growth scenario that was assumed under the previous background study, which was more or less equivalent to the medium growth scenario that's shown here. Recognizing that, as soon as a development charge study is passed, we make about 100 assumptions in that study about what's going to happen. So things change, which is why the province requires you to update that study at no later than 5 years after the bylaw is passed. and many fast-growing municipalities do it more frequently because of those changes and the need to keep those rates in line with those changes as they occur. So I think it's fair to say that certainly one of the recommendations that's going to come out of this process is that you update your development charge rates. But I just want to caution you that, there is legislation, development charges legislation, that restricts your ability to set whatever rates you want. So even if it's your desire to, impose rates that are more in line with your southern neighbors, there may be very good reasons why they're very high down in Innisfil and New Tecumseh, and it's almost certainly related to the fact that it's very, very expensive to bring the kinds of services that they need to allow growth and development to occur. And further to that, this model, and indeed the development charge study that we did a few years ago, assumes that a substantial amount of the roads, water, and sewer infrastructure that is required to switch on the Midhurst secondary plan area will be paid for by those landowners, in addition to the development charges that they pay.
Before I go, okay.
I just wanted something.
Yeah, sure.
In regards to that, and well said and well taken, but when we go to do that review, I'd like to see it where it can be increased down here, but be more specific, where we can target areas within the municipality, say up in Elmville, where we want to target, say, semi-detached or more multiple residential or something like that. That's something I'd like to see in the development charge as we move forward. And I don't think we did that in the last study. I think we failed at that attempt. And maybe I blame myself for that, for not speaking it up, but this time I will. Thank you.
Okay, before I go, I think Councillor Coggan was next, or, okay, just hold on, before, I just want to clarify one thing, because I think there is a great confusion, like if you go to Barrie or Innisfil or whatever, you're paying really huge development charges because you're plugging into an existing large infrastructure like sewage treatment plants and water treatment plants, where here our developers are paying that if we took those out, we probably would be charging 40 or 50,000 per lot to pay for that infrastructure. So if we were paying for the sewer and water that exists in some of the other fast growth communities, our development charges may actually very well be higher. Is that not true? Because I know the basic problem is compare apples to oranges.
Yeah, that's the point I was making, although I wouldn't want to put a number on what it might be, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Conkey.
I know that you've, it's a great job, and I know that you've reviewed, the start dates with staff and the committee and that, but I was wondering if there's any philosophy. Like, to me, the start dates are a little aggressive based on our numbers and the amount of money we have. So do we ever sit back and do more like a school board policy where they really are at low risk? They wait until the bums are in the seat before they're going to give you any funding. So is there a philosophy where you say, we don't know where this market's going to go? Like, the developers may say, oh yeah, it's going to be aggressive, we're going to sell, But it's an unstable market. Like, it's going high, like Councillor Ritchie says, but there's always a fall. So is there something where you can do a bit of risk analysis and you say, we don't start this till like half of our seats or our bodies are in those homes? And we look at that from a perspective. Can the long-range financial plan sort of look at it from that? And I guess, in the interim, we work out agreements, like you say, partnerships. We've got great, with Barrie being so close, we do have those partnerships. And I think that, we have to use that as an opportunity, because I also feel that, like, if we start too aggressive, it's the people who are sitting here who are used to a rural environment are now having to pay really quickly to get this to an urban environment. And is it fair for them? So, you want those people who are going to use those facilities, and that's why we're building them, to be more of the payer for those things, is how I see it. And I guess the next thing that I really see is that in my areas where a lot of the development's going to be, and it's going to be more so in the very first, I get the first phase of the Midhurst secondary plan, I get it all then. And so I'm looking at I'm the reason you need that big indoor recreation facility, or the reason that there needs to be a school. So why there needs to be more policing. So can there be area-specific development charges so that I ensure that that recreation facility that my residents need, they'll get the money for it, you know, because that's what's triggering it. It's not the homes in Elmvale that are causing us to need this huge multi-rec complex center. I've already got what we had tonight, 656 homes. That's the size of Elmvale. And I have to ensure for my residents that they get what they deserve. And I just need some protection there. And I just wondered how we can, you know, on those what-if scenarios, I'd like you to sort of look at that and make sure that the developers in the area, they're investing in this area, and I think I need to ensure that that investment is kept for the residents that are there.
So,
The comment?
sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I do think that, you know, making decisions about the timing of capital infrastructure in the face of rapid growth is one of the more difficult things that councils have to grapple with. And as you say, you know, there are financial risks to going too early, particularly if the rate of growth is uncertain. But there are also risks to delaying as well. It will affect your levels of service, for sure, if you delay. And certainly there will be, you know, under the medium and high growth scenarios, there will be a lot of people arriving to come and live in Midhurst who have expectations about certain services, and if they're not receiving them, I'm sure you'll hear about them. So there's a lots of balancing that's required. With your suggestion about area-specific charges, so certainly the Development Charges Act gives municipalities quite broad discretion as to how they can go about imposing the charge. It's very unusual to impose area-specific charges for recreation, recreation or library services, particularly if the facilities are large with broad benefits that extend across the entire municipality. So I would say that that's going to require some robust defense in order to justify that sort of approach for those sorts of facilities.
Okay, I have some questions. I'm not sure if we find your slide, but you know what, I want you to explain kind of the capital-induced, you know, volume and capital-induced expenditure slide where you had the orange blocks, and it would have been in the slide presentation. Yeah, rather than that.
Starting on 23.
No, they're
Slide 8.
the presentation.
Oh, the presentation.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I understand it. There, volume and capital induced expenditures. Yeah, choose any of them. Just explain the blue line more to me. The orange lines, or the orange blocks, are fairly straightforward. Just give me the full explanation of this.
So the blue line represents costs or expenditures that the township makes that we assume through the model will increase in line with the rate at which population increases.
Maybe I can simplify. So is that operating costs?
Yes,
okay,
this is just operating, yeah.
Okay, no, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was, but the way the wording was, the volume. So it's really operating costs for capital-induced expenditures. It's you know, it's going to cost a lot more to run large facilities down the road with more people.
Yeah, an example might be your sort of administrative costs.
Okay.
As the place gets bigger, you will need to add staff to deal with property tax accounting.
Okay, that's one question. And actually, I'm just going to mention to Councillor Ritchie, I think you wanted to ask, and just maybe you want to phrase your question, because I think you wanted to ask a question about asset management plan. I'll come back to you. After I do mine.
I forgot, that's why.
No, but just write it down and I'll come back to you. But anyway,
Getting late.
if we if we, and I think we've touched on it. One of the things that we have is when we look at our recreation, our library, and even our fire, it was really kind of based on, even if you look at the previous studies in 2008, 2009, they were based more on the median, as you would say, kind of growth. And let's assume that, you know, we don't build at 15 million, we build at 5 million or 10 million. All I'm asking is your model that I assume that you've now created or close to creating, we can plug any of these numbers in to, and they'll change all those things we're seeing. Because I think that's the important thing. So I think what we have here is not the way, this is the way it is based on the information that's available. But it's up to us to decide how we may want to change and use the numbers, such as what would happen if we built a 5 million now, and a 5 million, I'll guarantee you in the low growth, basically they'd be contributing from almost day one. So those kind of things, and I just want to be assured that we can run those scenarios for ourselves, so we can have intelligent conversations of, you know, how much do we want to control growth first of all, and then when do we want to build the facilities, and then hopefully in cooperation with the developers saying, you know, unless some magic happens here, we do want to control the growth at this rate because we feel it's viable and we're not going to kind of get caught off guard. So we'll be able to kind of spit those out with the model we have. Okay. That's what I was hoping it was, because that really makes me feel comfortable. Because one of the things I'd like to do is, you know, you use the 3.25% debt rate. What happens if you plug in 5% or change it as you go? Because I know there's no inflation in here at the present time, which is fine, because we can add an inflation factor of 2% and everything will go up. But all I want to be assured is that we have a very robust model that we can say, well, we don't want to do this, or we really want to do this because looking at the financials going at 20 years, it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. Okay. Because, and this is a question on specifics, the employment lands and jobs in there and associated assessments are assuming that we're going to be building those small factories or those services and that. So there's a fair amount of revenue projected in this that's going to come from those employment lands. And so far, you know, we don't have we have a few really good employers, but we don't have a widespread industrial base when we look at our tax base. I guess if you looked at the specifics, right now of our direct tax revenue is about less than 10%, isn't it? It's about 8%, I think. Pardon?
Less than that.
Okay, sorry. Whatever it is, let's assume it's 6%. So if it's 6%, as we increase, you know, our revenues in that, is it staying at 6% or is it coming up to the 3 to 1? Or like, is our kind of a commercial industrial revenue all of a sudden theoretically forming 20 or 25% of that direct tax base? I'm just curious what was in the model. Do you have a broad answer for that?
Mr. Mayor, so the model can provide all of those answers. I don't have them in front of me, but on page 13 of the report, you'll see that the activity rate, the ratio of the number of jobs to people under the low scenario is projected to say more or less the same. In fact, it's to decrease ever so slightly from 32% to 30%. So about 1 job for every 3 people, just under that. There's a lot of population growth under the medium and high scenarios, so that ratio would fall to 26% under the medium scenario and 25% under the high scenario. So it'd be 1 job in 4 people under those scenarios. But again, that's not taxes or tax revenue. That's just a reflection of
no, I mean,
jobs and people.
As long as that flexibility is in there, because you know, assuming, you know, right now we know that 6% of our direct tax comes from that, you know, and if we pull this apart, and all of a sudden if we have 20% in based on the job ratios and that may be a problem, because yes, there's going to be a growth of home occupations in that, but at the same time, they're not the lucrative direct tax base for a commercial or industrial. For us, as a matter of fact, they may have 200 square feet of their home that we consider commercial or something like that. Okay, all I want to know is that all the models can be worked any which way. I think, and you did factor in at certain points, okay, now we're going to a full-time fire department and the added capital costs that are associated with growth, and the same, I assume, with policing. Policing is an interesting model, you know, and I would assume, because right now our police is what, $200 a property, or give or take? And I think we got an estimate like Barry's 450, so, or more. So like I'm just saying, in the model you did, does it kind of creep up the policing cost to being more like a police service from a urban center? Because we'll have all the social issues and so forth that large centers have. I'm just curious if that was worked into the model that we see here.
So certainly with respect to fire, there is a, particularly under the medium and high scenarios, an increased shift to the provision of those services through full-time firefighters rather than a volunteer-driven service. We've added a provision for a transit expansion by way of a couple of routes, bus routes from Barrie under the high scenario. But we have assumed that the police will still be developed under an OPP contract arrangement under all scenarios. So we haven't moved off of that. And we did look into it because I know we had that kind of feedback at one of the stakeholder meetings. And again, I've been doing similar work down in Innisfil, and they have moved into that kind of arrangement. And what they found was that actually the cost changed relatively little by virtue of just moving from a contract to a straight delivery or even a joint delivery service. So yes, your costs are going to go up, and we've modeled that, but we've assumed it's still going to be under contractual arrangement because there's no evidence to suggest that switch would result in.
Okay. Councilor Ritchie. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, anyway, that was an excellent presentation, and I guess Councilor McCarthy, you have the resolution.
Moved by McConkey, second by Councillor Hanna, that the presentation from Hempton Consulting be received.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So we need a resolution to extend our meeting to like 6 a.m. tomorrow morning or something like that. Councilor Coghlan.
Moved by Coghlan, second by McConkey, that in accordance with section 8.54 of the procedural bylaw, motion to extend to 11 p.m.
All those in favor?
I'm not.
Carried. Okay, so we can continue doing business. Right. So is the just announce it? Okay, I have two announcements, and I think maybe I'll turn to the CAO for the announcement about the building inspector and planning, and I'll leave it to you.
Mayor French, thank you, and I will attempt to keep this below 10 minutes. We tend to keep HR matters a little more quiet and modest, but talking to the mayor, we thought we should announce this. But with the departure of John Daly, who was our Director of Corporate Services and Clerk, and if you're out there, John, hi. We've decided to sort of do I've worked with council on a reorganization, and the idea is to obviously have a more efficient office, give credit to where credit is due, and also just change things up a bit. So we aren't actually not going forward with the corporate services department. We've actually broken it up a bit. So I've taken on some additional responsibility as it relates to information technology and communications. We are hiring. We're in the process of hiring a clerk, but not a director of corporate services. And with that benefit, with the fact that we have savings, we've decided to invest in our team. And so with our director of planning services and bylaw enforcement. Brent is actually getting the bylaw part, and so I congratulate Brent on moving to director, so he's now a director. And also through that changes, Nick Giglio is busy as it is right now, so I don't need to give him any more, but Nick is also elevated to director status, and we were able to achieve this with a net savings still through this reorg. So there's actually still a savings for the corporation, and we've elevated 2 of our existing staff to directors. So I'm really congratulations to both of them, and this is a recognition really for the great work they do. And maybe I'll hand it over to the mayor as well.
Anyway, yes, I think on behalf of council, we congratulate those individuals who are contributing well to the organization. And we just expect a few more hours a week and a little harder. But anyway, thank you. Okay, let's deal with some minutes. And the minutes of the Township of Springwater regular council meeting held on April 6th. Any discussion on it? Seeing none, Councilor Coghlan.
Moved by Coghlan, second by McConkey, that the minutes of the Township of Springwater regular council meeting held on April 6, 2016 be approved as presented.
All those in favor? Carried. Next item, minutes of the Township special closed meeting on April 6th. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Moved by Allen, seconded by Ritchie, that the minutes of the Township of Springwater special closed meeting April 6, 2016 be approved as presented.
Any comments? All those in favor? Carried. Okay, for those who have patiently waited, this is question period, and we will stick to our 10-minute time limit. So I invite anybody to come forward, identify yourself, and ask your question, and hopefully we can answer it for you. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay. Turn the mic on if you're going to use that one, or come and have a seat at the ones up forward.
Good evening. On behalf of the Midhurst Hall Board, I ask the Township to release the $150,000 set aside for a skateboard building and ask that this be used to prepare the land in Dorn Park for the building of new offices. So the money has been directed for Midhurst and not for any other area. That's all.
Okay. Well, I guess at this point, the only thing we can refer to the staff for a report, but sorry, Councilor Coghlan.
Sorry, through you, Mayor French. I'm just wondering if you could repeat that. I heard the word offices.
Yeah.
If you could just repeat that for me. Sorry, I heard offices and I thought some sort of building.
I'll say it again
Thank you.
because offices is not here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I thought you said
Okay, sit down.
Yeah, you did say office, so sit down so we can hear you.
Okay, I'll read the question again, and maybe I won't be so nervous. On behalf of the Midhurst Hall Board, I ask the Township to release the $150,000 set aside for a skateboard building to be used to prepare the land in Dorn Park, to prepare the land for building. The money has been directed for Midhurst use, not to be used at other locations.
Okay, I think we obviously kind of refer that request for a report, I guess, to our manager of recreation, director of recreation services, because obviously we have to consider the entire plan and so forth. Councilor McConkey.
I thought we were going to be having like a whole capital plan review. Would that be part of that? Like instead of having one report, I think we need to look at the capital across the board, and that should be soon.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we are going to do, I think now, a 5-year capital review going forward, and it'll incorporate some of the recommendations of the master rec plan, and so we have those comments, and they'll be considered when that is undertaken. CEO Grimley.
Mayor French and to Councilor McConkey, a few things. One is there were minutes from the hall board that were submitted that actually have a few questions, so I think Staff will be addressing those questions because there's more than just one question. So we'd like to do that, but also council has realized we have not approved a recreation master plan, and there's also other capital things. So we will respond, but we have to consider the fact that there are still a number of balls to be juggled still before we could probably get into that.
Yeah, and just to be clear, at the present time, the 150,000 is dedicated to Midhurst, but right now it is assigned to a skateboard park. And I think we changed the terminology to something more general.
Provisional item.
Yes,
Provisional item?
provisional item. I think that's what we call it. So there is 150,000 there for provisional item. So whatever we kind of end up with, there is potentially could be used for that.
Well,
So
we
that's all
do,
we can say at this
we
point.
do need to make some progress on this in Midhurst because
But until
we don't have it.
Until we complete and finish and accept and adopt whatever recommendations we're going to adopt in Midhurst, we're not going to be doing things piecemeal, I can assure you that.
I hope it's this year.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Well, I would just add to that, and I appreciate the frustration at the seeming lack of progress, but there are a lot of moving parts that we are working on, from reviewing land, potential land, from dealing with First Nations, from dealing with the fire and paramedics eventuality. So, and knowing full well that we need to incorporate a rec master plan, a fire master plan, a library master plan. So those are all moving parts. So we can't charge forward on the ice pad for Doran Park or the community hall for Midhurst, because it's all part of the equation that we're trying to evolve. So don't feel it's being ignored or procrastinated upon, because it's all in the hopper with these moving parts that are being dealt with.
Well, I'll try and temper my annoyance because I do feel it hasn't been moving forward.
Thank you for your comments. And yeah, check and see if that mic does work.
Is it on?
No, you're best to come to the front.
Getting feedback. Is it on now? No?
No.
Making much noise. The red light's on, but it's not making much noise.
Lights on, but no one's home.
Yeah, name and address.
My name is Mary Lynn Atkinson. I live at 49 Willow Landing and have done so since 1981. Last week I phoned and requested, spoke to Mayor French and requested that new signage in the Green Pine Park be removed. He told me that that wasn't going to happen because this council and previous councils had voted on expenditures for corporate branding. And so certainly I have seen the county road signs and noted them on many of our roads, but they're not appropriate for a little local parkette, even if you would say that. So I went out and took pictures yesterday of the signs, and the existing signs plus the new sign in the park, but do not have permission to show them because I didn't submit them in advance. But through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if the council would be interested in seeing these little JPEGs.
We're definitely interested in seeing them. I wanted to get out and see them, I didn't have a chance, but is there any reason we can't see them since we're here? Because we do have an item on the agenda tonight, and maybe we can deal with it at the same time. I saw something about reporting signage, 11, I'm not sure what number it is. 11.6. Yeah, 11.6, so let's have a look.
So I took 5 pictures yesterday afternoon.
C.O. Finley.
Now, Mayor, the reason why we said the picture's going to be presented is because the delegation was not asked for it. That's not to say that council doesn't have the latitude as part of the agenda item to bring it in, but it's not part of the, it cannot be part of the delegation, because it isn't there, because it's not presented, we don't have preparation, things like that.
Yeah, and I'm not a delegation.
Just more, unfortunately, just semantics.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Anyway, yes, because we're also running out of time.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Park 1, they're just JPEGs. if you just go to, or do I do it? Yeah.
Use paint. Paint? Just trust me, it will.
Just do, yeah, click OK, so it'll work.
Oh, okay, so this is one of the 3 existing signs in Green Pine, on Green Pine Park. Okay, next one, please.
She'll have to close it and open, you'll have to open it, you'll have to do it manually. Okay.
Same, now, unfortunately, the photo's not as good, but this is at the corner where the pump house is.
Yeah.
Next
Looks-
one.
Yeah, it's good at the bottom.
Can we just go here?
I don't think so.
And the arrow key on the keyboard.
And,
Well, that works.
and another one.
Yeah.
So my point is that the park is very well signed already. There's no mystery that where it is. And then also, I would like to point out, it's a very well-used little park, parkette. Lots of young families in it. And thanks also to
Shut down.
Councillor Hannah's work of the cement pad there is extremely well used in the winter for skating and hockey. Now,
Yeah.
this is parked right in the middle of the park, not on the edge like the others are. It's just a road sign.
As I explained to you, and I think it's appropriate, you know, we need to review this, because quite honestly.
And the no fun sign.
We have put a lot of, I guess this branding operation started, what, 4 or 5 years ago? And I'm not sure, I've never heard of any kind of pushback on the signs anywhere else. And yes, they don't look the same as the old ones. And I will repeat what I said to you. I am supportive of the branding exercise that previous councils undertaken, because you live in the neighborhood and you know where it is, but there are people changing all the time. And quite honestly, I didn't know where Green Pine Park was until the last election. And quite honestly, I didn't recognize it as a park when I first walked.
Well, it is hardly a park, it's a little
Okay,
parkette.
no, I know,
But
but I'm just saying, you know, I appreciate what you're saying, it's definitely not in keeping with, and we've had some discussion here. And the only thing I can say is, you know, we've heard you loud and clear. We'll go to our CAO and our Director of Recreation, and unless someone has a resolution where they want to stop because we have a report here, 11.6. If someone wants to kind of table a resolution to kind of stop the installation until it's reviewed, we can do that too. Councilor Hannah.
Mayor, I'll speak to when we get to 11.6, but I think Mrs. Atkins, we should let her finish first, if that's the route we want to go on. I believe that.
The only problem is that this is not a delegation, and I'm already amended over, and so.
Okay. So I think the point is one size doesn't fit all.
No, I appreciate what you're saying, yes.
And it's an unwanted capital expenditure.
But it was approved.
Yes.
Okay, now one more question.
Those gentlemen behind you.
Oh,
Yeah, hi, don't mind me, I'm just looking.
Thought it was to me. Where's it from?
Hi, Kevin Newman, Police Award question. I actually had,
Name,
sorry, I speak a little quickly when I'm, whatever. Kevin Newman, Police Award Crescent. I actually have a comment and a question. I'm directing it in this capacity because I'm actually not sure who I should thank, but I wanted to thank whoever is putting in those high-powered LED streetlights. You are a wonderful, wonderful person. I will buy you beer or something. So please, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. My actual question is, how do I report a malfunctioning streetlight? Because there is one on my road, and I don't know what mechanism is to report it.
actually, you know something? Just phone in the customer service, it's automatically referred to a Director of Public Works. And aside from you appreciating those lights, they're saving us a lot of energy costs.
Which, yeah, and they'll last forever because they're LED. So All right, well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for telling me how I should do that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have no more time for questions. Okay, do we want to take I'll ask council, do you want to take a 5-minute comfort break? Okay, well, let's take a 5-minute break because we've been sitting here for a long time. We'll be right back.
I couldn't exactly what it is. It looks kind of sort of intermittently. The other one, it's yellow. It's the same as all the other ones, so I think it's like the old one. It's not one of the new LED ones. Those are, yeah, those are all, whoever's doing it, doing the smart, doing the spin section. And they didn't get the band, which is the I'm guessing at some point we're doing okay.
Are we still running away?
Yeah. Okay. The ones that we have are they look like aluminum pipes with a thing.
Actually, okay.
Yeah, the ones with the
I just want
I saw it about 4 months ago. I figured, oh,
Shred. I don't think those mistakes.
This means you always have to wear a shirt. I'm on the road now.
I think what I'll do, because I see Ryan. Yeah, 11.5, no, because I want to move it up.
Yeah.
1.5.
What's the level 0.5?
That's the Snow Valley, the thing that we're...
No, leave Snow Valley to the end.
Yeah, you asked Brian.
Brian, you're good until the end, right?
You can't hear me. No, you can't hear me.
Just ignoring me.
Okay, we're all back here. And what I'd like to do, because I know there's members of the audience that are interested in it, one of the particular staff reports, 11.5. And maybe we can deal with that. And I'll turn to our Director of Planning for any kind of final comments on the Snow Valley Highlands Phase 5.
Thank you, Mayor French. Following the public meeting that was held with respect to the Snow Valley Phase 5 official plan amendment, plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment applications, staff proceeded to work with the developers and with the commenting agencies to address the comments that were raised at the public meeting, both by the agencies, by the residents, and comments raised by council. As a result, before you, you have a staff report that is recommending that the draft conditions of approval be endorsed for consideration of the County of Simcoe for final approval, subject to modification, and that the zoning bylaw be forwarded to council for consideration and approval, subject to the final approval of the official plan amendment as it's now sitting with the county. As a result of the public meeting, there have been some key changes to the draft plan that was presented at the public meeting. One of the key changes is that there's been a 0.3 meter reserve established along the westerly limit of Street A. Another change to the draft plan is that the cul-de-sac has been widened to address the comments raised by the County of Simcoe with respect to the provision of garbage so that the trucks have enough turning radius to get in and out of the subdivision. In addition, the blocks where you enter in at the intersection of Street A and the existing street have been identified as blocks which can be conveyed to the residents that are located on those corners. The purpose of that is to provide for opportunities to buffer light traffic and any street traffic moving in and out of the subdivision. In addition, there has also been a private walkway identified on the plan. The conditions of approval will allow for continued access of residents into private trails and whatnot that are currently located on the developer's property. This would be done by way of easements to specific lot owners so that continued access to those trails can be maintained. Based on the conversations that have happened today between staff, the developers, the NVCA, and the County of Simcoe, who have all worked collaboratively in finalizing the draft plan conditions, We do have sign-offs from all of the agencies. One key point I'd like to note just related to the draft plan conditions is that from a parkland perspective, the conditions would require a payment of cash in lieu of parkland, and that there are conditions in place that would require any future development in the area to be subject to the updated recreational master plan, where in the event that there's future development coming forward, the recommendations in that report can be considered for the provision of parkland and potential trail connections in the future. Included as part of the report is a series of appendices which are quite lengthy. The draft plan conditions have been provided for council's review. I would be happy to answer any questions related to the specifics of the draft plan conditions. I can point out that as far as the questions that were raised by the public, specifically they related to slope stability, the NVCA has taken, slope suitability for the lots. The NVCA has considered reports from Peter McCallum, who has dealt with slope stability and suitability, and the NVCA has signed off and provided their conditions of approval. I referenced the blocks at the intersection that has been provided to address resident comments, and the provision of continued trail access has been also addressed through the conditions of approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
So any questions from council? I have, probably not in this application, but you mentioned that future approvals with the parkland dedication. So I know there's other developments in that area that I think the next one's around 87 homes or something. Would that mean it would have to be reconfigured to possibly open up some parkland? I'm just curious, what's the impact of this change in parkland dedication?
Mayor French, the reason for the cash in lieu of parkland is that because this development didn't represent the most optimal spot to be placing a parkette or a park, the thought was that cash in lieu was more appropriate in this case. We were just flagging this as part of the conditions of approval, that future park considerations will be subject to the Parks and Rec master plan. So that will be a consideration of any subdivision approvals that come down the forefront within the pods of development located within the settlement area. So it's almost like a qualifier and note that they would be subject to those recommendations. As far as the preferred location, we don't know at this point, but it's something just to put on the radar so that we can consider it through the planning stages for any subsequent subdivision applications.
Thank you. Any other last minute questions? With that, Deputy Mayor Allen.
Moved by Allen, seconded by Ritchie, that the report from the planner regarding SU 215003 and ZB 21520 Snow Valley Highlands Phase 5 dated April 2016 be received, and that the attached draft planning conditions be submitted to the County of Simcoe for approval are hereby endorsed, subject to minor modifications, and the draft bylaws presented be adopted, subject to final approval of the proposed official plan amendment by the County of Simcoe.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay, let's move on with staff reports. And 11.1, since this really has a lot to do with the cap, or this, this is the Elmville District High School. No, it isn't. No, it is the cap, okay. Sorry, UVHS or somewhere. But anyway, since Councillor Austin's not here, but more importantly, we're actually having on the cap, I think it's appropriate she be here unless there's comfort level with Councillor Hanna and Councillor McConkey in trying to deal with this evening. So, because Councillor Coghlan, you're on the committee. So, if you have any thoughts on this, make recommendations. I have some thinking on it, or would you prefer to leave it until Councillor Austin's here? So, Councillor Coghlan.
I do have many thoughts on the 6 proposed solutions, but I completely have no problem deferring this until the next meeting to allow Councillor Austin to participate in the discussion.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Thank you. I agree with that through you, Mayor French. I just wanted to make the point that, and I can't recall the specifics, but I know the bowling young ladies are looking. Was that the amount they were looking for? 1,500.
Yeah.
And when you compare the sort of size and breadth of people doing that student exchange, and they're talking about $1,000. It just seemed a little inequitable to me. So my feeling would be to reduce the amount somewhat for the bowling group and maintain the high school exchange amount.
Councillor McConkey.
I'd just like to say my thoughts, and I guess before we come forward with it the next time, I think I need clarification, because I believe we had discussions before about CAP and having the ability to use the mayor's golf tournament and use the money. So, and we had always been told that the doctor's recruitment fund was part of that. We were never told about these other initiatives that have just come forward. So to me, CAP is our managing agent for the money from the swing tournament. I feel that they should remain our managing agent. So the only question is really, so they can determine whether the bowling and the other things should be involved. I'd like to give them full responsibility, is how I interpreted with when they came forward. So the only thing that we have to determine was whether we did still want to keep the $7,500 for the doctor's recruitment and refer the rest back to CAP and let Katie and Jack and Jennifer decide.
Yeah. I'll go to Councillor Ham next.
Thank you. I was prepared to support number 4. I think if you give $7,500 to the precision recruitment, I think we have that commitment and we need to follow through on that. We put the rest of the money in CAP. The funds that in CAP, my argument and my position would be that any money given out by CAP should also be a decision of council, not Councillor Coggan, Austin, and myself. So if we put the remaining money into CAP, we can still do other things with it if council agrees. And that would resolve the whole thing. We've looked after the physicians, the money's been put where I think it should go, and we can decide after that where it goes. Councillor Austin, if she was here and wanted to make a decision on giving money to somebody, well, there it's in CAP. We could debate whether we want to take it out of CAP and contribute it to certain things.
Actually, that's a very good suggestion, Councillor Ann, and quite honestly, I fully support that, and you know the other requests are, so the CAP can deal with that and decide if you want to make a recommendation. So do we want to deal with number 4?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Councillor Cochran.
This is just more a comment from myself. I'm getting nervous as part of the council that we are starting to receive a lot of delegations where we are being asked to support individuals within the community for sponsorships. I understand that we did have the deputation from Matt Garwood, and now we have 2, and as we've been highlighted that on this junior girls bowling team, that $1,500, there's only 2 people, 2 residents from Springwater on that. And then again, with the EDHS trip, I love the initiative. I think that the kids are going to learn so much from that, but we need to understand that we have a lot of schools, we have one high school, but we have a lot of schools that offer cultural education. And I'm just curious, if we're going to support one school, we need to support them all. And I'm just thinking that this is a very slippery slope that we're going onto, and we're setting a very high precedent, because we are going to have a lineup of moms in here with hockey jerseys and riding helmets and skateboards asking to support their children in these initiatives. And that's not something that I feel that our tax dollars or the Springwater CAP program has been designed to do.
No, and I concur with that, and if people want to bring applications to CAP, you know, you either recommend them to us or you don't. And I think we talked about the last meeting of trying to find, you know, where should we direct these requests, and we have to come up with a mechanism. Deputy Mayor Allen.
I totally agree with that. So is the CAP going to issue some sort of parameters and have some medium to advertise what might potentially be considered with the 5,115 as the president stands, assuming we select number 4?
Yeah, assuming we select number 4, maybe Councillor Haney, you want to comment on that?
I agree with, and I would support number 4, but staff have put together a communication, and we've had debate over it, and I'm not sure between those of us on CAP and staff, we might have to do a little bit of massaging before we agree on how it goes. My bottom line is, I just believe that any funding source, CAP or whatever, should be approved by council consistent with municipal act. We can't delegate that authority, and that was my issue with some of the things that were in the communication, how I interpret them. So we'll have dialogue on that.
Okay, I think, I'll comment. The terms of reference do say that you're gonna recommend and council's gonna approve. So that's, we accepted that, passed that last meeting. Deputy Mayor Allen.
That wasn't my point. My point was, does the public know how to go about, like what parameters we're setting out for the potential use of these funds and how to apply for it, basically?
CEO Brindley.
Mr. Mayor, Nicole has prepared all the background, like all the templates and everything. I think she's just waiting for final approval. I may be correct, but I know she has worked on and showed you the templates. It was just a matter of triggering those, but I think we almost wanted this to be in place before we could do that.
So you know.
Yeah. So Councillor Ritchie, so what we're doing, we're just adopting 4. Deputy Mayor Allen.
So that is in place, so is that going to go to and be approved by CAP and not be brought further to council to ratify?
Councillor Coghlan.
So from my understanding that CAP is an advisory committee. So attached with this, should we also communicate with the EBHS and the junior girls bowling to then reapply through CAP so that CAP can bring a recommendation to council? I use only to go.
My answer to that, if you're asking me, would be no. Sorry.
No.
I don't like getting an answer.
I believe they're more than welcome to, but if you know that terms of reference doesn't meet it, then you would say no. But if the terms of reference meet it, you go to them and say they have to come through CAP, so I don't know all the terms of reference.
It's a lot simpler.
Anyway,
They don't meet the criteria.
let's pass this CEO Brindley.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, not to complicate, I don't want some dangling questions. First of all, I mean, if you read the report, it does say that really, if you look at the CAP terms of reference, these 2 programs do not qualify.
Okay.
And second of all, it wasn't my intention in formal council to necessarily circulate
Right.
the template and application form.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to share it with council members, but it's not something I think that needs that profile. But mind you, we will be formally launching it with oomph and those kind of things.
We all good with that? Okay, we'll try again, Councillor Ritchie.
So which one are we taking, number
Just
4?
first paragraph, number 4, yes, that's all we're taking.
Moved by Kerry Ritchie, second by Don Allen, that the report from the Director of Finance regarding the allocation of spring net proceeds and provision of grants dated April 20th, 2016 be received, and that council approved one of the following. Number 4, the $7,500 from the 2015 net proceeds be allocated towards physician recruitment, and the remaining balance of $5,115.50 be allocated towards the Community Assistance Program CAP.
Any further questions? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Sounds good. Okay, the next one is group benefits, and we'll turn it over to Aaron to explain all this to us.
So the Director of Finance and I met early last week with our broker, so Mosey & Mosey, to discuss our benefits renewal. And at that time, they spoke about us, about the cost. And by sticking with Maine Life, we would be looking at about over $30,000 increase to our premium for 2016. So they looked at it and have recommended that we move towards Sun Life under the AMO Consortium plan. The way benefits work is you have pooled kind of claims and then you have experience rated claims. And by moving towards a consortium, it would be sharing the risk for those pooled claims, which would be long-term disability, accidental death, and life insurance claims. And our experience rated claims would just, and our experience rated claims are extended health and dental, so they actually would be a little bit lower by moving towards Sun Life.
So any questions about the benefit program? Okay, we'll start, Councilor Ritchie first.
Why why such an increase there with Manual Life? Can somebody answer that?
So essentially, the $30,000 increase is actually related to the extended health care components, which are your experience rated claims of like your drug costs. So they charge us each year a premium based on kind of looking back at previous years and kind of determine what they think our claims are going to be. We weren't charged enough last year for our claims, so then they tried to recoup the additional costs in the future years.
Thank you.
Councilor Coggan.
And if we were to apply the same generic brand, mandatory generic brand to our Manulife, would that bring that down? Because to me, it seems kind of sorry, you're getting at it.
So yes, the savings only looks about, is it about 16, I believe 1,600 based on what we're currently paying if we stay with, but if we stay with Manulife, we're looking at a $30,000 increase. And our brokers actually got back to us about even just switching to mandatory generic, it's only about $1,000 savings currently, but in the future that could be a lot greater. They have drugs that are called like biological drugs and single source drugs.
Yeah.
They're still on patent, and eventually when they do come off patent, by sticking with a mandatory generic, you're looking at future savings by applying that.
Sorry, maybe I didn't ask the question. So when we, now that we're leaving Manulife to go to Sun Life, did we ask Manulife, okay, so we did ask them about that, it's only $1,000.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to do with that. And then just is there a cost associated with switching? Like we're not in a contract or like the staff time and moving everybody over and everybody gets a new card. What's the cost associated to us for switching this?
It would be my time, but probably it would equate to $30,000 of my time to move towards a new benefit plan.
CEO Brindley.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councilor Coughlin, primarily it's just the reintegration of information, so we essentially have to, Aaron has to take all our information, all our employees, and put it in their database, so it is some time, but it's not an exorbitant amount of time, but it is a bit of time. Other than that, there's no cost.
Councilor McConkey.
Before who were we with? Because,
It's a ghost.
yeah, no, because I remember we went through this change before. So like I know an insurance company always says, oh yeah, I can give it to you for this, and then they bump it up the next year. Like as an employee or whatever, the employees, I think that you need consistency too. So is there no room for negotiation here?
CEO Brindley.
And Mr. Mayor, if Councilor McConkey can remember, prior to 4 years ago, there was a lot of moving around, but it was council constantly shopping for the best deal. Unfortunately, it got to the point where no carriers wanted us. We had higher experience rates, and at the same time, we were trying to do deals. So for the last 4 years, we've been staying with Manulife and creating that record. What we actually find now is a lot of the increase you see is actually a mistake that Manulife made. They undercalculated last year. And so they essentially want us to pay that through new rates. Well, that's their problem. We've also had some concerns, to be very honest, with Manulife service over the last 4 years. From a customer service standpoint, we've had some challenges with the company. We've been with Sun Life before, and you know, by staying with the company for 4 years, we actually showed a good rate, and now Sun Life wants us, and we're saving money by going to Sun Life. So
hopefully we don't see them go up next year.
Councilor Coggan.
So 4 years ago, when the municipality left Sun Life to go to Manulife, was it strictly rates or was it customer service? Like, are they not going from Sun Life to Manulife back to Sun Life?
If I recall, we might have went from Sun Life to Great West Life to Manulife so we went through 3 benefit providers in a period of 4 years, and then no one would actually touch us after that. So, and
No, it was just whether or not the reason for leaving Sun Life was strictly rate-based, or if it was because we were unsatisfied with the service, or the
It was
client.
strictly rate-based.
Thank you.
So they applied marketing, they also applied marketing discounts to get your business. So they went through by constantly shuffling, they used those marketing discounts to get the rates. So they weren't being charged the true rate, and it kind of caught up with them when no one else would bid on their business.
One more, I promise this is.
Go ahead.
So last question, sorry. So now that we're joining in with the AMO, with the group, so my concern is that, you know, we here might be a little bit more responsible, we may not take advantage of claims, so now we're putting ourselves in a group that might be taking advantage of, like, I understand that we used more last year, but are we not putting ourselves at risk by tying ourselves to other municipalities?
So when you look at the premium we pay, I guess I talked about the pooled claims. So right now, as a small standalone group, we're actually at a greater risk for those like pooled claims. So they're, for short-term disability, we're at a greater risk by being a standalone plan. When we move to consortium, there's more municipalities to spread out the risk. So your rates that they will charge you will be lower because the risk is spread out more.
Makes sense.
Yeah, actually, I can give you a good example. There was a company that did some consulting where they were a small company. They had a very good rate for 5 or 6 years, and they had one employee that drug claims were $50,000 for the year, and their rate was going to increase by 500%. And because it's such a small group, where here if you have 2 or 3 of those over 1,000 people, and if we have one employee here, and we have people getting older here, and if we have a huge claim, I'll guarantee you, it'll bump it up significantly. It's just the way it is. Councilor Ritchie?
So thank you through the mayor to Aaron. So through Sun Life, do we get like the patented drug, or are we with the generic drug? I don't understand.
So currently we would be moving to a mandatory generic. So if there was and right now we do have the position. So the pharmacists they have to dispense the lowest available drug by law. So they do often will dispense generics, but if your doctor writes no substitute on it, they dispense the brand name. So when we're moving to a mandatory generic, the pharmacist has to dispense the mandatory, like a generic product where it's available, but there's going to be an exception process. So if somebody requires the brand name because of an adverse reaction, there'll be an exceptions process where they can go to their doctors, have a form filled out, and then they would submit that to Sun Life. They would look at the medical reasons and then make the determination whether, yes, they would approve it or not approve it, but the employee would still have the option that if they wanted the brand name drug, that they could pay the difference. So then or they can, a lot of those providers also provide the kind of cards that will top up kind of the difference.
I know it sounds like a world all of its own. It's just that if I get an infected ear and I go and get a prescription, I don't want to wake up in the morning and find another ear going out of the forehead because I took some cheap drugs. I never cared for cheap drugs. Go top drawer or stay at home.
Cheap drugs, nope.
That's my model, Chuck.
Any other questions?
At 10 after 10.
Okay. Councilor Hannah.
Moved by Hannah, second by McConkey, that the report from the Corporate Strategy Coordinator regarding group benefits renewal dated April 20, 2016 be received. That Sun Life Financial be appointed as the underwriter through the AMO Consortium to provide the group benefit program for the Township of Springwater effective July the 1st, 2016, and that the Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to sign the group benefit policy contracts.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, sorry, it's the next item, 11.3 here. The staff report EDHS funding. Obviously, Councillor Austin is not present, it's her ward, but more importantly, we're actually having a meeting tomorrow afternoon, which I'm hoping we get clarification of maybe what is really happening. And I've also requested from kind of CAO and I guess our directors, the agreement to provide funding was that there were certain things we wanted, and we need to be assured we're getting that wish list before we kind of do the second part of our resolution. So I suggest it should be deferred to the next meeting along with additional information. would be my suggestion. Councillor Coghlan first.
I'm with you, Mayor French. I support the idea of the deferral, but I'm questioning if we can have a referral, so the members that are here this evening can maybe have their questions included on the staff report.
Sure, why not? So questions? Yes, Councillor Donkey.
Okay, I had a couple questions. One is, I guess I would like to have more confirmation if the EDHS working group is going to commit to the 200,000, because there was reference to them in here, but I really couldn't understand whether they're still committed. I know that they have disappointment as to what it's going to include, so I think we need to get talking to them before we make our decision. The other thing is that if we're going to use indoor recreation as part of the funding, are we getting any recreation as a result of this? It doesn't look like, when I read the new specs, it looks like the high school is going to be putting in what they need from the parameters of a high school, what the school board needs, but I didn't know if it really will fall in that there's going to be recreation facilities that we can charge for. The other thing I'd like to see is the Elmville Hydro Fund. I believe there's a bylaw that states what those funds can actually be used for. I'd like confirmation that it can be used towards this. Otherwise, we may have to update a bylaw or look at it and make sure that that's compatible, because I know a resident had told me that they didn't feel that the bylaw would meet this criteria. So I just want confirmation on that. And also, I think I do have a comment. Well, no, we'll wait till debate.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Allen?
Thank you, Mayor French. I concur. I'd like to see more numbers. The difference between the 5.62 million and the 8.5 million. So the cost build up and where we're at with how that money is going to be raised, and also, as Councillor McConkey says, is it going to incorporate a fitness room and a change room? And if so, how will that fit into the costs of the total project of 8.5 million? So a lot more detail than this report provided.
Thank you. Councillor Coghlan?
And just to further on to that, also an access agreement, just to me, if it's only operational during hours of school, like what type of opportunity are the residents going to have to access the gym?
CEO Brindley or Director?
Recreation. Through Mayor French, actually, it was Minister Liz Sandals who actually said to the mayor and I is hammer out the agreement right away, or else you're going to pay for it later. So good advice. Good.
Yeah.
That's what the minister said.
Do you have any initial comment, Ron?
Just further to the CAO's comments, that is part of the request for proposal that we submitted, is that we do hammer out an agreement that's agreeable to both of us, and that further to some of the questions about amenities and that was provided with some additional information that they are going to share with the committee tomorrow that will shed some more light on the project itself, so deferral is good.
Okay, is that enough discussion on this one? So we're deferring this, so Councillor Ritchie. Referring. Is it referring?
Mayor French, we are referring this back to staff.
Yeah.
Okay, so moved by Kerry Ritchie, second by Don Allen, that the report from the Director of Recreation, Parks and Properties regarding EDHS renovation and expansion funding contribution be received, and that the Township of Springwater reaffirm.
No. And right after the contribution.
And we refer to staff for more information.
Yeah. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, drainage agreement. Does anybody want to address that? Is there any questions on it first? Okay, if there's no questions, then I guess nobody has to respond to it. Councillor Coghlan.
Oh, my apologies. Moved by Coghlan, second by McConkey, that the report from the Planning and Development Coordinator regarding the drainage agreement acceptance dated April 20th, 2016 be received, and that the terms of the agreement are as provided be the effect parties to the severance with respect to the split drainage appointment under 65 of the Drainage Act be accepted.
And I assume the resolution does say apportionment?
Drainage apportionment, yes, thank you.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure it wasn't different than the
Nope,
script here.
correct.
Okay, all those in favor? Carried. We've dealt with 11.5, so the rest of the reports, and I know we're going to have discussion on 11.6. So the floor is open. Councillor Hannah.
Well, thank you, Mayor French. 11.6 is to do with the facility identifications, and as you saw the signs earlier, that was one location where the road type sign doesn't fit into the community, and the other sign, and I brought a picture if the clerk wants to put it up, the council cares to see it. It shows them where they put the sign at the Midhurst Community Hall as well. Both of those signs are inappropriate for the location, certainly in the wrong place. The one at the Midhurst Community Hall is beside the building, and if a vehicle parks in a parking lot of any size, you won't get to see the sign. And it's right behind the sign that's already there that says Midhurst Community Hall. One of my residents is pretty concerned that that's a storage sign, and if it was to be removed, there would be an issue. So I guess my conversation on this would be simply that I will reach out to the residents. I will let them know that if they want to come and make a deputation to council and ask to have the signs removed, then council can make that decision. My point would be that I argued against it during the budget process. The previous council didn't approve the $35,000 for the continuation of the branding of these signs. This council did, so we've done it, and if we've done the wrong things, we do make mistakes. If we've done the wrong thing, we should change it. That was the sign that shows you approach. And there's the current sign. The Springwater new sign is the one right behind that sign. See it underneath the sign?
Right there.
What's the plan for that to come down?
Is that coming down?
I would think twice, sir, if you're going to recommend the sign comes down, make sure the recommendation was made by somebody else and opposed by Councillor Hannah, please.
The location of the new sign, sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor Hannah. The location of the new sign was discussed with the previous hall board, and it was located there because the existing sign is historic and is not to come down, which is why it was located there. There's no other spot on the property to locate it.
If I may point out, it confirms my statement, thank you, Ron, that the sign wasn't necessary and we shouldn't have expended the money to put that sign there. Like I say, I will reach out to the residents. If they want to come and make a deputation, council can make their decision.
Councillor McConkey.
I hate to cry over spilt milk, I'll only say this once, but I was almost ready to vote no against the signs. But then we did say, let's make sure that we need them, give us the list. It's my fault, I didn't know that this sign for Midhurst was not gonna, was also gonna stay there. But, you said Midhurst didn't have a sign and they needed it. I felt there was a need there. So I think that we have to, for the next budget, do our due diligence. Something went wrong, I think we do have to admit a mistake. And, when there's gonna be two signs in a location like that, we didn't need to spend our money like on this sign. We don't have that type of affordability, so I'm a little disappointed with myself and with some recommendations on this.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Yeah, are these, several questions. Are these signs all that we talked about before, we had pictures of, and we voted on as a council, have they all been made and all installed?
Yes.
And are there other situations, we've heard of two tonight, where there's resident pushback for different reasons. Has there been, or can we expect this to be repeated in other instances of sign replacement or sign addition?
I expect not. I won't say it would never happen, but to date, with all the signs that have been installed, we've received nothing but compliments. These are the first times that have been any pushback at all.
Are these
And-
signs, sorry.
and if required, the sign can be relocated to another spot, refaced,
That was my next
repurposed.
So this sign at not too much extra could be taken down, refaced, and used somewhere else?
Correct.
As could with the green park, park one?
It could be, but I would argue that it's in the wrong spot or the wrong location. If they're saying they're comparable in size to the road signs, they're not. These are considerably smaller than the road signs. And looking at the overall program and the layout of them, it describes all the dimensions, etc., for the different layers of signage. So the gateway signage is one size, community signage is slightly smaller. These are smaller again. And then as you get into walkways, whatnot, they get even much smaller. So it's a complete package that was developed through the branding exercise. And
Yeah, but as Councillor McConkey says, I think we made a mistake in some of the instances. So we can take down the Midhurst one and use it somewhere else without too much extra cost. What's your recommendation about the Green Pine Park or sign situation as it presently stands?
my personal opinion is it's in the right location because that's where most of the activity takes place. If people are looking for the site, because it's utilized in the summer as a portable skateboard location, and if somebody's looking for it, they're just gonna see it's on Willow Creek and not know, they could be driving around in circles for a while. If they're only the ones coming off of Green Pine or Green Pine Gate, they're not gonna see the actual park entrance at Willow.
But this is a little parkette, is my understanding. I haven't driven by to see it. So is this in the middle of a small little play field that kids, if they run around, will potentially smack into the thing?
Now, it's equipped with a sports pad that's utilized as an outdoor ice rink in the winter. It's got basketball nets and accessories on it for the summer, plus it's where we have the portable skateboard park during July and August. It's an active park.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hannan.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody's ever been able to find the park. There is a big wooden sign there that says Green Pine Park that already exists there, and there's another one that says, I think it says Green Pine Pump Station, and then there's a road sign that says Green Pine Road or whatever it is. But as I said, I will communicate with residents. They can come and make a deputation, and council can make.
Let's save time, why don't we pass it, listen to Councillor Coggan, why don't you just pass a resolution to remove both signs and move on?
What we're using.
Councillor Coggan.
I was going to ask, when you were speaking about the location was a directive of the hall board, understanding that there is a new, essentially brand new hall board in Midhurst. I agree with you, maybe rather than asking them to come forward, we can reach out to them with a letter saying, if this isn't the directive, if you don't want it there, I'd rather take it from somewhere that is not wanted than spend another money to put another one in somewhere else.
I don't think that's a bad idea. Like the hall board give a letter to council, but if you want to make a resolution tonight, that's fine. I'm only speaking to the people that have been complaining to me and that came here. Whether it's people that want the sign there or not, I couldn't tell you because nobody's told me that.
Councillor McConkey first.
I've got a resolution, and I don't mind putting a resolution forward, but I'd like to understand if, you said the Green Park, I believe the deputy mayor asked if it could be repurposed, and I would like to do the motion that they're both repurposed, but I want to ensure that they can be both.
Okay, let's get that answer first.
Sorry.
CO Brindley's got his hand up.
Representative, my concern is a few things. First of all, the actual existing signs, I question the condition. I've been at the park. I've actually, and that's why I was questioning, it's a small parkette. No, I've actually done health and safety inspections at the park on 2 occasions, and it's actually a very large park. Trust me, I got walking issues, and it's a big park. Our director of recreation actually probably routed the signs himself some time ago. So one is I'm concerned about the condition of signs. I'm also concerned is, yes, we've had a delegation of a few people here, but I'm almost hesitant that we're always running after addressing the concerns of 1 or 2 or 3 residents. And that's my concern is, how many are impacted? And here we are running around, essentially changing a program that council has, previous council approved, this council has supported through this budget. My most concern is there are certain standards that we should try to reach, and are we going to always change our standards forever to address 1 or 2 or 3 people?
Councillor Cogburn.
And I understand that, and I think that if we brought this forward as a notice of motion, it would be on the agenda, everybody in the opportunity to see it. And at the same time, if you're happy with something, you don't tend to send in an email that says, I really like the new sign. So I don't know how, I'm certainly not going to knock on doors to say, do you like the sign, do you not like the sign? I think that passing a resolution tonight to remove them is a little bit too much. If we wanted to take a step in support of the residents, I would suggest getting it on the agenda so that other people have an opportunity to see it as well.
Whatever anybody would like to do, the signs are deteriorating, the existing signs, it's very romantic, rustic signs and that. Quite honestly, I think we're doing a great job at branding. I agree, the Midhurst Community Hall, that one doesn't make any sense, because if that one has to stay, if the other one would been taken away, I'd say, oh, it's not so bad. But yeah, it makes absolutely no sense. I can see that as being an oversight on our part or whatever. But the other one, quite honestly, it needs new signage, and Ron's probably not going to render the next sign. Councillor Cogburn.
So when you say that it has to stay, is it some sort of, is it a heritage feature, or is it at the request of the residents that it stays?
The Midhurst sign, like I guess it's a heritage, some agreement. Director Belcourt?
Yes, my understanding that sign was donated to the community many, many years ago, and it was refurbished actually by Barry Welding to bring it back to its original state, and there was guarantees that it would remain in place.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we should repurpose that one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But notice, it's noticeable.
So, okay. Deputy Mayor Allen.
So may I ask why we did not know that information when we approved the sign as that being one location?
It was honestly intended to have them be co-located, so it had the modern with the address and the other features. But at the time, I thought there was more property to the west of the facility, but there isn't. And it's all asphalt.
So we made a mistake.
Yeah, I agree. So what direction we want to do?
I was just suggesting that it's on to here, we've received the report. As I said, I'll reach out to residents if they want to come and make a deputation, and council can make a decision. And further to the comment, if we put it on the agenda, we can decide to do that if we want as well.
Councilor McConkey.
But I believe, I know that the question tonight was more around Green Park, but I think as a council, we're all admitting to the mistake of the Midhurst Community Hall. I think that, do we put that as a notice of motion to deal with that? Or are you going to ask that question too of the hall board?
I will do the latter.
Okay.
Jack should knock on doors.
Yeah, just for clarification, are we going to get feedback from, are we getting the negative comment from the hall board?
I have an impression that you will, sir, but I don't know.
No, okay. Okay, Councilor Cogburn.
Could we not, though, tonight, bring forward a notice of motion so that it is on the next agenda, so that when the hall board, I don't know, is there a meeting between now and then for the hall board?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, sorry.
Director Belcourt.
I was advised tonight that the hall board will be discussing it and letting us know if they want to request, or make a request to have it removed or have it stay in place.
Okay.
Okay. That's
Just
good.
doing a motion.
Not good. If there's not a scheduled meeting of the Midhurst Hall Board between now and the next meeting, I don't.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think, why don't we follow up on Councilor Hannah's suggestion? Reach out and have them come to us if they want something. And then we can deal with it through a notice of motion or whatever at that time. And if the real desire is to remove one or both these signs, well, then we can deal with it appropriately. But let's hear back from them first and instead of, I guess, doing a premature notice of motion. Does that work for everybody? So however you want to word that, Councillor Hannah?
As I said, my friends, I don't know if we need a motion, we're just receiving the report. Once we get the feedback, then we can make that determination, would be my suggestion.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, is there any other reports we want to pull here? Yes, Councillor Hannah.
11.7, please. I just have a question, I don't know if
Okay.
order.
Well, let's have a question then.
And the fire chief's not here, but maybe the director of finance can answer the question. It says in the report that we received 189 fire permits. I'm curious to know how that relates to previous years when they were free and they weren't doing it online.
Can I?
CEO Brindley.
Oh, of course.
No, Mr. Mayor, if you want, the same question was actually asked by Councillor Coghlan earlier today. So actually, if you don't mind, I'll let her steal my thunder.
Okay. Councillor Coghlan,
Well,
you'd like
let's
to
see if you can,
respond?
let's see if you can pull the email up first. But we actually have similar, we said that, you know, with consideration that there's weather plays into play and everything, but there's been no decrease in it, and the fire department has been hearing nothing but positive impact. So from December until today, there's, I can pull it up for you here quickly, sorry. It's gonna be me. Yeah, of course he does. Go ahead.
CEO Brindley.
Based on my analysis, and Councillor Coghlan's email shows that in 2015, from January 1st to April 20th, there were 682 recreational permits. And this year, between the same time period, there were 735 recreational permits. Now, there's a caution here because there was a brief time for a month that we had the permits were free. I don't have any math in terms of what that number is, but in overall, we've actually sold more recreational permits this year than last year.
To increase the prices.
Okay, any other reports down to Councillor McConkey?
Just this question on 11.2, the building department activity summary. I can see that we are really going gangbusters. I was just wondering in future if there could be some type of, when we look at the activity, we can look at the activity by ward. Because I'm really interested to see my numbers.
CEO Brindley?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor McConkey, I will ask our chief building official to see if that can be done.
Okay, thanks.
I was just looking, for some reason I thought it identified the areas, but it doesn't. Okay, any other reports that would like to pull? Is that a no? No other reports? Okay, just want to make a comment, and it was made by Mrs. Spence on, I don't want to pull the report, but since it's on here, the Midhurst Union Cemetery. There was a comment that it's very messy, a lot of branches and that. Is that going to be addressed, CEO Brindley?
Mr. Mayor, I had the same comment from Ms. Spence before she had left, and I'm going to investigate with our maintenance people to see what can be done to help out.
Thank you. So, Councillor Ritchie.
Where are we, 11.11?
Yeah.
Moved by Perry Ritchie, seconded by Don Allen, that the staff report items 11.6 through to 11.10 be received, staff reports for information.
All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We'll move on to committees. Any comments? Councillor McConkey?
Wait,
did you-
no, I'm on 13, sorry.
Okay. So no comments on 12. So Councillor Hannah.
Moved by Hannah, second by Conkey, that minutes and reports of the committees of council of the Township of Springwater and the recommendation contained therein be approved as presented.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay, moving on to other boards. Councillor McConkey, did you have something? you
Yeah.
wanted to-
It's regarding the fire master plan. I was just looking,
Yes.
there was number 5, which didn't really reference Center Vesper, but I think that number 5 and number 16 have a linkage, so I was thinking in number 5, if you say refer to number 16, if you go inside the master plan itself, you'll see that. The other is number 7 within the fire master plan. They're talking about a review, and they were looking at linkages. I was wondering if there's a date as to when that review would happen, so I couldn't see when that was happening on number 7. And on number 20, the volunteers and staffing with Georgian, seems like there's benefits to Georgian in using our facilities and what we're lending to them, but I'd like to see where the benefits are coming from Georgian to us, like for volunteers and staffing. So I didn't see anything on that, so that's it.
Yes, I'll let Councillor Coghlan address that.
Questions similar to that were answered, and specifically to the Georgian College. One of the ones that, not to speak for Chief Van Dam, just about how offering that course, we get a lot of volunteers from that course, and the retention from those volunteers is good. So it's almost by providing that opportunity to them, we kind of get first dibs, but we get, and I'm not speaking for them, but that was the answer that I would.
That's a good answer, but it should be in the report, because it's not highlighting how we get advantages, it's highlighting how they're taking use of our apparatus and doing this and that. So I think we have to draw out the benefits of the rental there or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I think the purpose of this was that there's a number of recommendations, as you can see, that have been supported, and we want those adopted. So sooner or later, we kind of, this is our fire master plan, this is what we've adopted as council. CEO Brendan?
Mr. Mayor, actually, I just earlier approved a report from the fire department where at the next meeting, you'll be able to ask a lot more questions, because the actual master plan will come back to council plus these recommendations.
Okay.
So there'll be a good opportunity for you to ask these questions and get more detail from the fire chief himself.
Okay.
At next council.
Okay, any other questions on that? If not, Councillor McConkey.
Moved by McConkey, second by Councillor Hannah, that the minutes of the boards and committees of the Township of Springwater and the recommendations contained therein be approved as presented.
All those in favor? Carried. Correspondence and information items. Is there any questions or anybody want to discuss any of these items? Doesn't look like. Councillor Coghlan.
Moved by Coghlan, second by McConkey, that the correspondence and information items of the Township of Springwater contained here be received.
All those in favor? Carried. Notices of motion. Hearing none. Okay, items for future consideration, and maybe we can comment on that. What's that? Oh. Okay, yeah, items for future consideration, because there's some emails, and let's clear it up here. There's an annual report, council update that's been prepared, and some feedback on what's going to cost, and we're going to publish it or whatever. Is there particular questions or comments that maybe the CAO or I can answer so there's clarity on it? Because I know there has been some general discussions around about doing an update, because the previous council did it, and we felt that it would be appropriate this time. But anyway, Councillor Hannah.
Seeing I'm the author of those questions, Mayor French, I'll start off. I guess I wasn't aware this was happening, and when I saw the email and suggested we had, I think it was 3 days to respond before it would go to the printers, gave me the impression that it was now going to be printed and being a mail out. My thoughts on it were, I don't see anything wrong with the document, but I did know it had been approved by council. I don't know the cost of it. The other issue, of course, is the mail out. We talk about the green agenda and saving trees and paper. I would suggest that if we want to do this, we would simply put a notice in the link that it's on the website, and people who won't read it there would save the cost of mailing and would protect our environment through the agenda. And the reason I say that, we got to be careful because we got this supporting guiding principles, and at A it says council will work towards developing a prudent, affordable green agenda that balances environmental and financial due diligence. Both of those things I would suggest are not being followed by printing that document and mailing it out.
Thank you. Any comments? Councillor McConkie?
Sort of a similar thing. I guess it was like, I'd like to understand our bigger picture for communication. I don't know, like, I just saw that our strategic plan, I don't know if that's being mailed out. I'm assuming that this one was going to be mailed out. And you're correct in that we probably did say, you know, I think we have to look at our achievements and that, but I don't think I was expecting a full-blown color page brochure going out. I was thinking if we were doing any mail out, it would be concise in a page or something, you know. So I think we need to sort of, as if it's future considerations, I think we need to sort of sit down and really look at our communication plan for the year and how we want to communicate with the residents, not only in this way, but also through, we just had our capital plan review and the attendance was very poor. So I think we have to reconsider, is that what we want to do going forward? The town halls, we have to look at what's the feedback we're receiving, where are we going, so that we as a council know where we're heading. And because I know the last term, the town hall was held, I didn't have one in Grenfell, but it was held in Minising. It wasn't up to the councillor, it was just sort of predetermined. So I think we need to spend some better time as a council really understanding our communication plan, giving some thought and some feedback as to what we did well and what we could change, you know. And I think that this is a start. Like, this is something that maybe some of us had some different ideas on, and before it goes to print, maybe we can discuss some stuff at our next meeting, or if staff can put some costs together too, because not understanding the costs, like, it's really hard to say whether it's giving us the value that we need for our buck, you know. That's all. And I have another future consideration thing, but this is on the communication plan. I just think we need to understand where we're heading with communication, because I have something that I want to do in my ward, and that maybe the other ward councillors want to do something similar. So,
Councillor Hanna, you have a follow-up?
Just one last question. If we're mailing this out, I don't know if we are or not, it's another nice document, but if we're mailing it out, we could mail them both out at the same time with the MR observation.
I don't think there was any intent of mailing that one out.
Oh, okay.
Well, there was 200, I think we made 250 copies for anybody that does need a hard copy. And we've already, I think it's already promoted on the website through Twitter and other mechanisms. So that's, and quite honestly, the update could be done the same way. Make copies available here for someone that wants them. That's feedback. But I you know, things, you know, basically, what gets measured gets done. So it's always a good reminder of us doing our own kind of report card. So, you know, if you don't agree with that, we won't do it. But, you know.
Sorry if I've gone out to respond. I appreciate that. But my position is that if I see something that I think should be questioned, I will answer the question.
Yeah.
And if I offend somebody, that's unfortunate, but I'm not going to stop asking questions, and I want to know in advance, if possible, who approves certain things, what's the cost, and what's the benefit.
I'll go to Councillor Pugman.
On this topic, just for my own curiosity, is it possible just to get like 3 points, like if we mail something this size out to everybody, it costs us this much. If we mail something, just because I have no idea what it costs us to have a direct mail out, so just for moving forward, I would just appreciate that information.
Yeah, actually, CEO Brendan, aside from the print card, maybe you want to do an overview where the budgets are and whatever. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I always appreciate hard questions, but I'm going to be blunt and say, please ask the right questions, because there was a lot of assumptions done that I felt were a little unfair. First of all, with respect to the strategic plan, we only printed 250 copies. There was never intent to mail this out to everyone, but at the same time, the mayor and ourselves feel it's important to send something like that out to our MPP, our MP, mayors that are nearby, and that have copies available for a total cost of, I believe it was $750 or $780 plus tax, so let's say about $800 to do the 250 copies. Similarly with the document you're seeing before you, same thing. We're looking at doing 250 copies. We price that out. It's a bigger document, so the price comes in to a little over $1,000 to do 250 copies, but that's the intent. Our intent was to distribute it through, as I mentioned, the link, send a copy on Twitter, on our website, things like that. And I'd also say, if you look at our strategic plan, it talks about engagement, it talks about communication, it talks about all those things. So I'd equally say, if you look at our strategic plan, it does comply with our strategic plan. But there was never the intent to, unless this council said to me, let's get this out, I would have then sent it out. The cost would probably be about $5,000 to send it out. I don't have the cost per se on bulk mail rates because usually it's on something small, it's usually about 5 cents a household, but I can get that for council. But if you look at what we're trying to do from the standpoint of strategic plan, communicating is what we've done. We did that with the strategic plan, we got that out. We're getting this out as well. I think it highlights success. I want to trumpet the success of this council as well as the staff. And we sent it out. The mayor asked us to send it out to get your input because at the same time, did we miss something? Did we focus on the wrong area? So we said, hey, let's get it out. Let's get all council, because I think this is something Mayor French is saying, essentially, hey, let's get council involved in this piece. There was never the intention to mail out to mass audiences or spend too much money. It was meant to essentially toot our own horn.
If I may respond, you chose to say you're going to be blunt, so let me be blunt. If you suggest I'm asking the wrong question, I believe I just asked the same questions you just answered. So if I asked the wrong question, please tell me what it was.
I prefer not to have that discourse here, and then, but anyway, so what do we want to do? Is there any direction you want to give us, Councilor McConkey?
I guess as I observe this conversation and the conversation that I've had, and I'm going to be blunt, it's all about communication or lack of. So what we interpreted was due to lack of communication. It basically, so you're right, we made an assumption, but there were several emails after the assumption was made that did not clarify that this was not going to print or anything. So I think somehow we're lacking communication. And it's great to give communication because that's what we're striving to give to our residents. And I'm proud that we're doing that, and I'm glad to hear that it's 250 and that it's Twitter and that. So something happened in the communication, and I think it comes back to Councilor Hannah saying that it's just he didn't remember it being approved or being discussed at council. And it comes back to let's have a plan of council of how we're communicating, or communicate to us so that we understand, so that we don't ask the wrong questions or we're not being misinterpreted. So I apologize for not understanding that this is what was happening, but you work very closely with the mayor and you know what's going on. We're not here every day knowing that. So what we see in email is what we read. So unless there's further clarification in that communication, it's going to be misinterpreted. So I think we all have to sort of buckle down in our communication.
No, and quite, I don't want to blame communication, blame it on me. Because, you know, quite honestly, when we did the strategic plan, you'll see very few quotes in there from elected officials. And I did ask for input. Nobody gave them to me. So quite honestly, you know, I made sure it was sent out to you at the last minute, and I'll make sure you have lots of advance notice because there has been, you know, discussions on this, you know, provide your input or whatever. So I'll make sure it's done much more formal. That is not a CAO kind of shortcoming. That is my shortcoming, and I'll take responsibility for that. Councilor Ritchie.
I don't want to elaborate on this, it's getting late at night, but while we're talking about it, like, I think our final tax bill's coming out in June, and it'd be nice if you had a one-page flyer to identify the things that we've done as a council in the last year. You put whatever you want on it, and you can put it in with the last final tax bill. Again, it comes out in June, and that's a mass mailing, keep everybody informed what's going on. They can put it on their fridge, they can throw it in the garbage, stick it under the pillow, but at least they know what the hell's going on. And I think that's a very cheap and very effective way of getting out to people, to let them know what's going on. I think the books are great, but if we're wanting to target the people and senior groups, like, you know what, they open up their mail, they want to know what's going on. So I think just for the fact that I said something.
Okay, no, and I think that's a very good thought. Okay, any other items, Councillor McConkey? Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, I'm just gonna offer another motion to extend this, we have 1 minute to 11.
Sure.
So moved by Coghlan, second by McConkey, that the procedural bylaw 8.4 motion to extend until 11:05, 11:30 p.m.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay.
We're getting close to midnight.
So what are we going to do with the annual report in its, or the report in its present form?
We're going to print 250 copies and they're available on the website unless anybody has some final input.
Well, you're still in the process of finalizing it, I believe, right?
Well, we're waiting for feedback.
Which I think you got.
No, we're waiting for, is there anybody got any specific input into the kind of update?
I gave you some.
Okay, and that basically gets relayed to, yes, and that's been included. Councilman Conkey.
I think in that we just have to be careful with what we've outlined as our capital plan, because we should say that this is in plan, like the word should be sort of a bit more gentle, because we may not go forward. Like we may get something as our capital, I'll use Amelia Street or the one in Phelpston. If they come forward and they're more priced, or we decide something else, that could change, but it's our focus right now. And I guess that brings me to my future consideration, which I'll bring up next, but that's why I just thought the words, we can't say for sure that that's what, because we've had situations, and Perry will remember from our last council, where we had previously approved in our budget that these are the projects, but then by the time engineering or they ran into stuff, the stuff didn't get done. So I can just say that you be lightly and say they're proposed.
I don't have it here, but I'm not sure what the, yeah, no, okay, that's a good comment. That's a good comment, okay. Do you want to do your future item, future consideration?
What I'd like for future consideration is, I think, and it sort of piggybacks on to council making a decision on the signage, and then we found out, oh, well, there was this sign here. What I found from coming to the capital plan meeting, a little bit more about the design for the Amelia and the Phelpston area, and honestly, I don't know if I can support the design that's being proposed for the cost of it, especially the Phelpston Road, to put sidewalks and stuff. So I think that what we need to do is future consideration. I need to understand what designs, or all of council needs to understand the design that's going to be put in there. We approved a budget. We talked about urban design, but I never thought that Phelpston, it never had an urban design before. Why would we go for urban design now? Like, yes, it needs its road fixed, but it never had a sidewalk in the beginning. And if, to put 140,000 additional for a sidewalk in such a small subdivision, I have a hard time to chew that. So anyways, I would just like more detail on the design work. Maybe there's other projects, but those are the two that jumped out at me. But I think we need some more information on that. So, like, we have looked at the budget, and we may want to have more discussion on it before we end up with something too late.
Okay, I'm not sure how we address that.
We did it through the capital budget.
Quite honestly, if we approved it, and when we approved the capital budget, we wouldn't have had the detail at that time, or would we have CO?
No, we actually have what engineering has design standards.
Yeah, right.
And so the plan would be in line with what our design standards are. And those would be approved by a previous council, because we haven't changed them for a little while.
Okay.
An example, we do try to in the future get rid of ditches and those kind of things because of the cost to maintain them. Head walls, those kind of things. So Normally, we have a standard that has been approved already by council, and to essentially go to that level of detail, to go back into that, or, we'd essentially have council designing all our streets again, so.
Yeah, yeah.
I leave that in your hands, sir.
No, and quite honestly, I have a real issue of, we talk about micromanaging. We have to do our homework, and we have it if we, a design standard, and then when there's a road reworked, if it's done to the design standard, I know some of you don't agree with me. Quite honestly, any improvements, they should be brought up, because they're a lot easier to maintain, have a lot less problems with them in our settlement areas. I really do believe they should be improved. And why shouldn't someone be able to go for a walk on a sidewalk with a baby carriage or whatever? And the other solution is pave a little more on either side. Well, I wouldn't want to wander down the side of the road either. But if we want the capital budget, maybe we should have a separate meeting and go through them all and make comments, and then we'll approve kind of the final designs if that's what we have to do. Deputy Mayor Allen.
We did defer the rolling 5 or 6 year capital. It got deferred meeting, so that's coming up sometime shortly. Maybe that would be opportune to review the capital, get an update on the capital projects that we did approve in this year's budget, to just get more information, or more current information on.
Councillor Henry. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Further to...
Actually, I think CEO Brindley wanted to respond first.
But just to respond, well, first of all, if you look actually at the budget book for that particular road or those roads, it does outline that sidewalks are included. That said, I don't think there's anything wrong with, once a road is designed, to pass those plans on to council if they want to take a look at them. My concern is just not laboring a process. That's always my concern about making sure the project moves ahead on time. But because sometimes a road might be designed and on the shelf for a year or two before we actually tender a job. So to give council the benefit of that design, that's probably not a problem.
Councillor Hanna.
I was just wanting to support Councilor McConkey's suggestion that we need more information when it comes to the final design. And if it was in the budget, I think we have a lot to look at the budget, so we probably missed that. And I also had problems with Amelia Street being that it's a rollover curb, and that we're going to, from what I heard the other night, we're going to put Unilock in on the boulevard to make parking and so on. And we all know that there's a maintenance problem with Unilock, there's weeds, there's sinkage and so on. I wasn't aware of that, but that's in the budget, I missed that as well. So I just suggest that when we're spending this kind of money, it would be nice to get a little bit more in the way of updates before final approval goes forward. But we can't micromanage, as you said. The other thing I point out, we did adopt and support LID. Curb and gutter in sidewalks is not consistent with LID, so just pointing that out.
Okay, so we need to do that 5-year capital plan that I think we thought we were going to do sooner. So let's kind of get down to the granular level on those, and so we're not rehashing them and confusing kind of the issue at the time. Any other items for future consideration, Deputy Mayor
Allen? I go back to the mayor's breakfast in the town halls. What is it? So we're going to go. Can we have the dates? We've got the Hillsdale next town hall on the 25th of May. And that's going to be similar to the previous town halls, I presume. And the mayor's breakfast is when?
I don't have a date yet. Do you have a date, Sarah Brindley? I don't recall seeing it. Okay. And the difference here, we're going to bring the economic development assistance from the federal, provincial, and county level to do presentations and make it more of a workshop. Councillor Coghlan.
I'm typically very clear on items for future consideration, but I have no idea what items have been proposed for future consideration. So I'd just like some clarity on that.
Well, I propose that we understand more on the capital plan on the roads. So, and I think that it's been agreed upon that it'll be discussed at the 6-year capital plan in detail.
No, I think that's the message we got from that. Any other items for future consideration? Okay, any municipal updates from anyone? Anything exciting happening in your neighborhood? Obviously, we have the Maple Syrup Festival coming up on April 30th, and that's very, very important.
Actually, there was one day.
Okay, Councilor Ritchie.
I don't want to elaborate on this, but last Thursday or Friday there, I was at Separate Sound, and I sit on that fort, and in Tiny Township, up in the Fontaine, where there's a lot of extensive agriculture, a lot of farming, a lot of potato farming. But down below, near the water, there's several subdivisions. Some of these subdivisions are on well and septic. They have noticed high nitrate levels in their drinking water. And anyways, through Severn Sound, and they brought in an agricultural specialist there to work with the farming community, try and identify the fertilizer that they're putting on their land to hopefully bring these nitrates down. So we talked earlier there tonight about septic and wells and sewage systems. I find comfort in seeing this sewage system that Yorkwood Developments has got, or whatever else, the other one there with Midhurst. So I can see down the road where it's going to be an issue, and that's why the government today has canceled as far as well and septics go out in the country. That's why they want you on septics or on sewage systems. So I'll keep you posted how it turns out. Thanks.
Thank you. And just as a quick update for those that may not, go to county or kind of read the county agendas, the county is coming up with a mechanism to deal with the 20,000 applications, and as we know, there's some for spring water. And so they've actually kind of set it up as more of a judicial body. They're going to have hearings. And they have a mechanism. There's actually a report that was on the last county council meeting that kind of outlines what the process is. There'll be reports received at a committee of the whole, and then 2 weeks later, there'll be a hearing, much like judge and jury, and the parties will present. So it's like an OMB hearing. That's what it's like. And there'll be presentations by the proponents and those that have a position on it. Parties, almost the same thing. And then the county council will make a decision whether they're approved or not. And of course, for our applications, we'll have staff there and representation. So that's how they're going to deal with the 20,000. That's why they wanted to know where we were generally a few months ago and when we passed that resolution. So that'll be coming up over the next month, so pay attention to it. Councilor Conkey.
Are we allowed legal representation there as well?
Yeah, I think that will be our expectation. Yes. And the reason they're doing it because I think, as everybody knows, that the authority to that, all the opinions from the province to the county to even ourselves, we believe the authority lies with the county. There might be challenges, well, there will be challenges of that at the OMB. And so basically, if you put a process together that where everybody has the opportunity to present their case, well, then, then I think the county's done its job, and I think they've chosen an appropriate process. So that's kind of the update. Is there anything? No. So that kind of covers it.
Sorry.
Councilor Cobb.
My apologies, I wasn't sure if there was an update on, I assumed that you were going to update on the OPF. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Cromwell. There was the public meeting, two of them, yesterday. And it was a good format, well received, I think, both of them. And I think people got to ask the good questions and enter into discussions about different aspects of it that they wanted to talk to representatives from the county. So, yeah, that's a good meeting. The next presentation that we're told we will be receiving at County Council will be the update on the waste man. No, actually, there are two public sessions coming up in May on the waste management strategy. So it'll be announced as to, they'll be over at the museum, and that will be to review options for waste management strategy revisions and to get public feedback on that before a report on that comes to county council. The next OPF and MMF report will come to county council thereafter, sometime in June.
And just to elaborate on that, when we say well attended, it was over 60 people in the first session and about the same again. So we did have quite a few residents out, which was really nice to see.
Yeah, it was my understanding, I was talking to that there was actually more there last night in the daytime. It was actually the reverse of the time before. Because I know when, it was, I think it was, yeah, altogether it's probably 130 or 140 people. So people are interested and they provide their feedback and got some questions answered and onwards we go. Okay, any other updates of any kind? Okay, no closed session this evening, so, official plan updates. I guess that's Director Spagnol.
Thank you, Mayor French. The only update I have to report is that the selection team for the official plan update has met, reviewed the submissions, and that there will be a report detailing a recommendation for May 4th.
Okay, thank you. Sorry I missed that one. And as I said, there's no closed session, so now Deputy Mayor Allen.
Moved by Allen, seconded by Ritchie, that the bylaws listed here will be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk.
All those in favor? Carried. Councilor Ritchie.
Moved by Kerry Ritchie, that the confirmatory bylaws listed here and be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Councilor Hannah.
Moved by Hannah, seconded by Cloutier, the regular council meeting of the Township of Springwater is now adjourned at 11:16 p.m. Meet again in regular session on May the 4th, 2016 at 6:30 p.m. in the council chamber administration center.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the confirmatory bylaw was moved by Kerry Ritchie and seconded by Deputy Mayor.
No, don't slam the door.
We've adjourned, right?
What's that? We've adjourned. So maybe,
Don't swear yes.
So we're back here at 1 o'clock tomorrow?
Yeah.
Does that go back to the budget? Does that go back?
We're back here at 1 again tomorrow?